You went live? Hello, everyone. My name is Katy of the Greenland Quilter, and I am hoping this works. Can you guys see me okay? Hey, Misty. Hey, Nanita. Hey, you want to come back on with me? I'll send you a Zoom if you want, Misty. Hey, Lori. Um, I want to sew. That's what's up. I don't know. I guess I didn't get enough tonight, and I'm making food and I'm eating late. Blah 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 blah. Okay, let me see if I can figure this out now. We need to pop out the chat so I can reduce this window and get rid of the other chat. Oh, here we go. And I don't know, I just wanted to sew some more and I wanted company to sew with. So here I am. Okay, good. Glad everyone could see me. It was weird the way this went on live all this. I didn't push the usual button. Okay, all right. Good. So here's the plan. I'm going to sew. I guess the question of the day is who wants to, do I need to turn my other camera on? Do you want the other one on? And if you want the other one on, say yes. If you don't care, say whatever. I don't know, something. This is so weird when I'm by myself. Anyway, yeah. So thank you for coming back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep on working on my Tulip Pink because for this month one blocks. I really want to finish all these blocks. So let's see how many of them I can get done tonight. There's going to be a couple times of where I get up and down because I put food in the oven and I am okay. Misty, I'll send you an email, okay? So hold on a minute. Let me get that sent to you. Where's my Zoom? Zooms, where are you? I was on my way to bed, says Lori. Okay. Well, I'm going to sew and maybe you can stick around. I don't know. I don't know if you have to work tomorrow or not. But if you don't have to work, hang out with me. I don't know. You can either chat or you can sew and chat, whatever you want to do. Let me find, I need to send Misty a link though. That's for sure. Hold on 1 minute while I get that done. If anybody else wants to hop on Zoom that knows me, you can let me know and I'll send you an email too. How about that? Misty. Let's see here. Oops. Email ad. Oh, there you are. I was trying to find your email, Misty, because I don't have it memorized yet, unfortunately. Okay, let me get that put on here and then zoom. Okay. Sending the email now, Misty. I have to work tomorrow, but I can stay on for a while, says Linda. Good. Yay. And Lori's going night night. Hey, honey, I'm going to see you here. I decided to come back live again. I want to sew some more, so I figured I'd come on for a little while and sew some more. We'll see how long. I set it for 2 hours, but that doesn't mean we'll go 2 hours, but we're gonna sew. I see whatever about the camera. Hey Misty, welcome in. She's here in the Zoom. What time is it here? It is 11:53 p.m. Greenland time. All right. If you want me to turn the other camera on, just let me know. If you're okay with just the one, that's fine too. I am fine with just the one because I'm just going to keep on working with what I was working on earlier. Hey, Lori Clark, welcome. How's everything going, honey? Tell Nico hi, says Lori. Yep, he's sitting right here in the chat. As we speak, he's sitting here, Lori. Okay, so I was working on the guava block, and I'll show that to you. That's the one I'm working on right now. Okay. How you doing with flyaway? I haven't got my flyaway yet. And the reason I haven't got it, there's 3 or 4 reasons. I do know that it was mailed, so I have to look and see where it is. Can't stay long, about to haul up the gear. Okay, baby. Just be careful in that ice. So number 1 is I bought the full kit of Phoenix, and there was some of the fabric for the Phoenix line. That was the first thing that happened. The second thing is because I am I paid for a whole kit. That meant that they needed another die cut. I don't know what you call it, but they use die cut dies. That's what they are. And to cut our different pieces for our quilts. And a new size has been added to the sew along or to the mystery quilt this year. And I can't say what because she told me, but she said not to tell. So I'm not going to tell. And because of that, they had to order a new die. Well, the new die has been stuck somewhere. So the company who owns the dies sent that I guess they're close by or something, drove theirs over to Cotton Cut's place. And so they're using their borrowed one. So they finally got a lot of the kits done and they're out the door, and mine will be here when it gets here. So I don't know until I see the first clue before I'll know how it's going. Okay. All right. Can't stay long. Got killed. All right. Be right back. 1 minute, okay? I need to get my medicine. Time to take it. I forgot to take my 6 o'clock paracetamol dose, and now I can tell it because I'm in pain. So I'm going to go ahead and take my usual nighttime medicine anyway. Anyway, so that's what we're going to work on. Misty, I just realized I hadn't heard you. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Wow, your volume's way low. That's interesting.
It's probably because I'm not talking very
Yeah,
loud.
I can barely hear you.
Let me see if I change headset.
All right. Yeah, I want to sew a little bit longer, but I don't want to sew by myself. So that's why I came back on live. We'll see how long this lasts. I figure at least try to get, let's see, I've gotten 2 of these blocks made so far, and I'm on the 3rd one now. So I'm thinking if I finish the 3rd one and finish the 4th one, then it's going to leave me to make, then I'll have to make, let me look at here. I still will have to make the line block and the papaya block. And that means there'll be 8 more blocks to make after I finish this set of blocks. So what have y'all been working on? Sorry.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it's a bit better. Yep.
I had to change headset.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to get everything moved around here. It's weird not having the other phone on or the other camera on. So I could probably move this tripod. No one seems, it doesn't look like people care whether it's on or not. So I am going to move it so it's out of my way. Yep, got that done. I'm gonna set my timer for 10 minutes because I put chicken legs in the oven because I haven't eaten today. I've been on a really long fast and I need to eat soon because the fast has been oh, little cute puppy. Sweet babies.
That's one of my babies.
Sweet babies. Aw. So anyway, I'm on like a 14 or 15-hour fast, so I'm hungry now. I'm not here, let me show you mine, Misty. I don't know if you've seen mine or not. They're a big dog. Come here, fatty. She's so big. This is Nora.
Oh, hi, Nora.
So she's a standard size Dachshund. Females can weigh up to 25, 26 pounds. And I guarantee you she's every bit that. She's a little fatty. You're not going to get on the table. Forget that. You need to calm down a little bit before you scratch me.
I had two Dachshunds. Lost one 2 years ago and one 3 years before that. So they are wonderful companions.
Yeah, they are. And this one here, she is a little pistol, let me tell you. She talks a lot. She she seems to be she kind of acts like a what do you call those dogs that help people mentally? What do you call those?
Emotional support.
Yeah, she acts like a emotional support dog sometimes because she can tell like when Nikolai has to go out to sea. No, you're not getting up here again. There's no room for you. I'm sorry. She's very empathetic, it seems like. And she'll snuggle up to me and like, Mom, what's wrong with you? You seem sad. Or it's just the kind of dog she is one. I don't know. She just seems like she can tell when something's not right.
Yeah, I think they're very intuitive.
Definitely. Let's see. I'm gonna set the timer for 10 minutes because I'm probably gonna need to take that chicken out of the oven. Okay. So have you been sewing on anything today?
No,
No sewing today, huh?
nope, not today. I sat down. I was going to start when we were live earlier, and I was like, nope, it's my first time doing this one, so I'll just sit back, relax, watch, pay attention.
So do you mind telling a little bit about yourself to the group? You know, like what do you like to sew? I mean, well, let me ask you this question. What style of quilt do you like? Do you like the traditional or do you like sewing the modern style? Or do you like both?
I like both. If it catches my, I'm good with it. Um, I don't think I really have a style or color too.
Your volume's still pretty low, seems like,
Very good. Ever
because
sat
I'm
down
having
with my
trouble hearing you.
good or showed me. Um, I don't know what else to say really. Uh, my favorite color is purple.
For me, I like purple too.
I just really enjoy, making the quilts because I think they're beautiful. And I
Mm-hmm.
did it with two boys that are they're older. 30 and 32. But I wanted to give something that I could pass down and that they might be able to pass down because I really liked that thought of it. So that's what made me start quilting.
Okay. That's good. How long have you been a quilter?
I have no sound. I can't hear you.
Hello? Uh-oh. Let me make sure I didn't do something. Ah, I must have. Oh. Hang on a minute. You can't hear me at all? Nothing?
I see your lips moving. I just turned my earpiece off. Let's see if I can fix that.
Everybody in the channel, can you tell me whether you can hear me or not? Hello. Hi, Sylvia. Hey, Patricia. My guest is Misty. She's one of the channel viewers. She's never been on a live, I don't think. That's weird. Hang on, y'all. I'm trying to see what's going on here.
I can hear you now. I had to reset my headset.
Oh, okay. All right. She says she can hear both of us. Or Sylvia, they're saying they can hear both of us. Hey, Linda Faust, how are you? Is it Faust or Foos? Is that O a long sound or a short sound, Linda? All right, number 6. If I don't watch out, I'm discovering I'm having to cover up the measurement or the information on if like there's two blocks per page here. And if I'm not watching, I'm looking at the ones down here instead of up there where I'm supposed to be at, which is not good. Patricia says she's got us both. Linda says I can hear both, but don't see Misty. Yeah, Misty's not on the camera. She's a little shy. So y'all are gonna get just her voice today.
I'm
Or
sorry,
tonight.
but I
No,
will
don't
come
be
on and say
sorry.
hello to everybody.
Yeah, don't be sorry. It's okay. It's all right if you don't want to be seen. Well, you know what I mean. There she is. Everybody's good at everybody who ever comes on the camera, everybody in this chat treats everybody very well. So you have nothing to be afraid of or worried about. Maybe afraid is the wrong word.
No, no, it's afraid.
No, it'll be fine. You don't have there's nothing to worry about. It's just scary the first few what you know what I find the most weird is seeing my face while I'm talking to everybody else. I find that intimidating.
That might be part of my problem because I can see myself it's like, why am I talking to myself?
Yeah, exactly. And there's no way to get around it. That's what I have the most trouble with is I'm finally getting where I don't think about I see my face. You know, I try not to think about it anyway. Like right now, I see my face just because we're talking about our faces. Hey, Joyce. And let me
Hello,
see.
everybody in the
Hey,
chat.
Linda. This is Misty. And this is the first, she was on here earlier without the camera, but she's new. So she might be she's a little shy, and that's okay. And, you know, say hello, everyone, to her. And yeah, make her feel you'll see. None of us bite.
I might nibble back if you do.
Good answer. So if anyone wants me to turn the other camera on, I will. But if you don't care tonight, that's fine. I'm still working
Thank
on
you.
I'm still working on the Tula Pink month 1 blocks. And I thought since I'm still in the mood for sewing and I gotta eat anyway because I've been fasting for a long time today. And so I have food in the oven cooking. Thought I would sew. I was just going to take the fast into tomorrow, but I changed my mind because I need to go to the store tomorrow and I don't want to go to the store hungry. So the best thing to do is go ahead and break the fast now.
Going to the store hungry is one of the worst things for me to do.
Yep, because I will, if you're like me, you'll buy out the whole store. Or almost try to anyway, because, oh, I need this. Oh, I need this. Oh, let's get this because I'm starving. Pretty funny how that works.
Yep, and everything looks good, regardless if you like it or not. It all
Yep,
still looks
yep.
good.
Yep, definitely. I can't imagine having a food insecurity because it has to be unbelievably hard for someone that has one not to want to eat everything they see in sight, you know? What are you working on? I am working on my Tula Pink dragon fruit monthly sew along that's through Fat Quarter Shop, and I'm currently working on this block, which is called the guava block. So I've already made two, and I'm working on number 3 now. So I'm hoping that I'll get the because right now this is what 2 of them look like. They look the same. They're no different. It's just this whatever's different. It may look a little different because of how I tried to be strategic for the thing in the middle, but that's what I'm working on. It is 10 after 12. My AM is 10 AM. Patricia, right now we are only 2 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, I know that's weird. It is weird because I've been so used to being 3 hours ahead of you guys. I don't even know how to act. My brain is like, what? Wait, huh? Just after midnight. Let's see, number 7 is another white one. Okay. Come on. Yes, it is. Just after midnight. Ladybug, I finally finished my cotton cuts tree of life. Oh my gosh. Did you get a picture of it yet? I would love to see it. Maybe you could post it over on the Facebook group, if you're on Facebook, that is. If not, email me a picture and I'll post it on our YouTube community tab. And if you're wondering what that is, that's the timer telling me to go look at the chicken. Okay. I'll be right back and we'll check the chicken, okay, guys? I don't want to burn it. Okay. In case you're wondering why I'm eating so late, I've been on a long fast today. And then I decided I wasn't ready for bed. And my stomach's saying, you need to put food in my belly because you're not going to get any sleep if I don't get any food. So I put chicken in the oven a little while ago and chicken legs, and they're almost ready for me to break this fast. So my fast is probably a good how long? At least 15 or 16-hour fast today. Because the fast started I don't know, about midnight the night before. So yeah, it's about right. We're might be longer than 12 hours. Now that I think about it, because I started it at midnight the night before. And then I didn't eat all day today. Now it's after midnight now, so we're in the next day already.
Was there a reason why you were doing the fasting or just doing it to do it?
Doing it because I want to do it.
That's a good reason.
Haven't done one in a long time, so I'm doing one because I think I can get through. I want to. I want to do 2 or 3. I want to for the next couple weeks do like 3 or 4 fasts because I'm going to try to switch over to keto after I do that. I'm gonna give it a couple weeks for the body to adjust to doing intermittent fasting first, and then I'm going to switch to keto. See if I can get my butt back on the wagon. Because I come off of it right in the middle of the pandemic and I was really doing good with it. I had lost close, I think I had lost about 30 kilos, which was close to 48 pounds. And then the pandemic happened and I fell off of it. Now I didn't gain what weight I lost, I gained back, but I did not gain more. I haven't done that. Actually, when I got on the scales with my husband and I were looking at the scales and we were like, she didn't gain any more weight after yeah. Because to start with, I didn't want him to look. And then when I looked, I'm like, look, honey. I was shocked. Because I figured I had like maybe gained, I don't know, 10 extra pounds because you know how when you lose, well, if you're not a person who's got weight problems, you wouldn't know this, but sometimes us people who lose weight and then they stop losing weight and then my weight gain is because I tend to starve myself a lot by not eating enough food, which is why I'm doing the fast right now because I need to get used to intermittent fasting for one thing again, because that's the hard part. And the next part will be me raising my calorie intake because I'm going to have to raise my calorie intake up to about 2,200 to start losing weight. And that's the hard part to me because I tend to think that when I'm eating 2,200 calories, that's too much food. But according to the doctor, it's not. And he's right because when I got myself up to 2,200 calories on keto, I started losing weight. So my body is different from most. It basically thinks that if you don't eat enough, it's in starvation mode. So what happens is it tends to retain anything I eat because I'm not a huge sweet eater. I mean, yes, I'll eat it. I'll make a cake from time to time and we'll have cake. And when we finish it, I'm usually over it. Right before Nikolai left, it was pancakes. I was making him pancakes because he loves my homemade pancakes. But now he's gone and I'm already over that too. So now we're not doing that. And so that's like once in a blue moon when something like that happens. But I'm not a huge snacker to start with. My problem is I just don't eat enough. And because of medications that caused me to get overweight to start with, my metabolism is much different than other people. So, and the keto made I did feel better once I got past what they call keto flu stuff. There's like 2 to 3 weeks where you feel tired and you're not sick, but you don't feel good either. And that's pretty normal when you first start it. And but after that, and you're getting into the rhythm of everything, and as long as we don't get a boatload of snow again, I can start walking again because I was actually walking and doing all that. And I want to get back into walking because that will help with my keto. It's good for the body to walk anyway. I'm not out to I never had a set goal the first time I was on keto. Would I like to lose quite a bit? You bet I would. And if I lose too much because I'm in my early 60s and losing a lot of weight can create secondary problems that some people have money for surgery, but I won't have money for that kind of thing. Okay, someone sent me an email.
I was 256 pounds, and then my health took a dive. Found out that I was born with a birth defect of my pancreas.
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm only 5'1.5", 256 is rather heavy. I was literally crushing myself. So I had gastric bypass, which was supposed to help with the pancreas problems. They lied. It did not help.
Oh, that's interesting about the pancreas and doing bypass. I didn't know that one would supposedly help the other. Hey, Joyce, what's the name of what's the colorway of that quilt you just sent me a picture of? My goodness, it's beautiful. Joyce says, I lose weight on keto. My problem is that I don't stick to it. A lot of people have trouble with keto for a few reasons. And some of the reasons they have trouble with, I don't have trouble with it because I was never that big of a eater on it to start with. Like some people can't deal with being on it so long because they have to do without bread. I could care less about bread over here in Greenland. Now, if I lived in the United States, I probably would care. I'm not a huge sweet eater either. I'm not a huge potato chip eater. It's weird with me. But what I could eat boatloads of if I had access to it would be oranges. I could eat them like there's no tomorrow. And we all know that oranges are so loaded with sugar. It's a good fruit, but eating too many can be bad too. With your pancreas, would keto work with it?
I don't know. I've never checked into it.
Oh no, I'll have to look that up. I'll be right back. The timer went off again. My oldest son has lost over 100 pounds on keto. The thing I like about keto is when I was on it almost a year, so it took a year to lose that right close to 30 kilos. And you don't like the first month, you'll experience like this big jump of losing like 10 or 15 pounds, and most of it's water water retention in your body because it's used to eating carbs, which carbs causes you to retain water. And when you come off of it and you're not you look because you're drastically the thing with keto is you're lowering your carb intake and you're taking certain kinds of carbs out. You're taking anything that's wheat made from wheat out of your diet. I mean, there's no pasta, no bread. I mean, the list is long on what wheat is in. And also, you're not supposed to eat rice, but I've been doing quite a bit of research on rice, and I'm kind of like, I'm not eating an excessive amount of rice since I've been off of the keto, but I have been eating some. And I'm of the opinion that, every now and then, all those of us on keto will take what you call uh, a temporary keto break. We go 2 days without eating anything. We're not staying on keto for 2 days. Downside to that is once you're in keto, there's a word for it. Your body goes into this mode where it starts burning fat. You break that cycle. And then when you come back from eating whatever you're not supposed to be eating, you have to start all over again to get that your brain to kick back in of using fat for food. And that's the only downside. Now, some people can slide in and out of it, no problem at all. They don't have any side effects, no nothing. The couple times that I did slide in and out of it, I didn't see a side effect either. As soon as I went back the next, like if I ate that day, I ate a little bit of rice with the meal. That will break your keto. The next day, I was back in keto because there's a way to know that because there's a little thing you can prick your finger to see. You can also tell by other things, and I can't think of the name right. Ketosis, that's what it's called. So you could tell when you're in ketosis. It's really interesting what happens when you're in ketosis. And so when you break your keto diet for a day to 2 days, then go back into keto, a lot of times it's easy to go right back into ketosis again. It's when you break it it's where you spend an entire week binging on carbs, and then you try to go back into ketosis. It's harder, and it's hard on the body or the everything because you're basically starting back all over again. So I'm just Marie, this is based on my experience with keto. This is not me playing doctor, lawyer, nothing. No. The reason it came up is because I'm in the middle of a fast. In fact, I'm fixing to break my fast soon. And I've been in over a 12-hour fast. I think I'm close to 15 or 16 hours. And I'm going to be doing intermittent fasting for the next couple of weeks because I'm going to prepare myself to go back to keto. And because I spent an entire year on keto and I benefited from it because my body doesn't lose weight like normal people's body does. I'm not a diabetic, but I do believe that I'm possibly insulin resistant. How do I know that? Just by when you read about insulin resistance, there's a lot of things that you discover that sounds a lot like what you experience as a person who is overweight. And I tend to think that I might be more of a resistance, but not a diabetic because every time they test my blood, it comes back fine. I come back fine against heart disease. So I don't have any of these problems. My problem is my asthma and my weight and my bad back. Those are the three things that I deal with all the time. And I can tell you that my pain levels dropped a little bit, not completely. So don't take this for, it might happen for you. But my pain levels were better when I was on keto. But I was also taking magnesium and there was some supplement stuff I was doing magnesium, potassium, and calcium. Those were, I was taking that as a combo and a couple other minor things I was taking because my body is intolerant of taking too many vitamins because my stomach can't handle it. There's something about it makes me feel sick to my stomach, and I don't know, I'm sensitive to it. But while I was on it, once I got stabilized on keto and I was losing weight, I started feeling better too. I wasn't feeling tired. I wasn't feeling drugged out. I had energy. The weirdest thing was I could think better, which was interesting because you're like, what? It was like there was no fog. And now I've been in a fog for a while since I've been off of it. And it's just something, it's interesting. Yeah. Doctor had me drop potatoes, chocolates, and nuts from my diet, and I lost 46 pounds in 2 years. Yeah, see what Lori said. The only nuts I was eating on the keto was macadamia and pecans. And then it took me a while to convince me that I liked macadamia nuts. Oh my God. They're expensive, number one. Number two, they don't taste like your usual pecan or peanuts or any nut, almonds. Almonds are allowed on keto, but I don't care to eat almonds. They're a pain in the butt for me. So I would rather go eat a handful of pecans because pecans and macadamia have higher fat content, but they have lower carb numbers, which is good. Because the idea of this diet, it's not a diet, it is a way of eating. And I had to tell myself that you should never call it a diet, because that's not what it is. It's a way of life. It's a way of eating. You stop doing things that you would normally do. And so with these two nuts, your fat content's raised. So if you're trying to reach a percentage of fat ingestion every day, you could eat a couple nuts and take care of that right away. You don't have to eat something higher in fat to accomplish your percentage of that, because you want your carbs to be low, you want your fat to be higher than your protein count. And the only other thing that I had to deal with was getting the calories up. And calories are the hardest for me, because when I start adding up numbers, my brain is like, oh, you need to stop eating so many calories. But that's not true, because when I raised my calories to what the doctor told me to do, I started losing weight. So if raising my calories is what I need to do, that's what I'll do. At some point, when you're up to the intake he tells you to, and you start dropping weight, you still have to moderate the calorie count, of course. And that's where I have to go back up to the doctor and say, I need to see my dietitian so she can tell me how to moderate. Do I stay on this high amount of calories, or do I need to drop it down as I'm dropping the weight? That's the part I have trouble understanding about. So anyway, let's get back to sewing. All right. But Misty, I'll look into that about the pancreas and keto, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Because it might be worth checking into. I don't know. I know that keto's good for other things that people suffer from. Did you know that if dementia runs in your family and you change the way you eat, and you eat more like with lower carbs and stuff, it could help slow the onset of dementia if you're one of those who inherit that kind of thing? Marie says, make your mouth too dry. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. They've done a study on it, and they claim that it's part of what could cause dementia is too much of something, too much sugar, refined sugar in people's diet. It kind of makes sense to me, because sugar seems to be, I don't know if y'all ever noticed this, but when I was a teenager, so that would have been the late 1970s and part of 1980s before I reached adulthood. And the American Food and Drug Administration went on this big rant about fat was bad for you. You must lower your fat. And they changed the diet tree and all this other stuff. And so people started lowering their fat and eating more carbs. And then the food producers were like, well, we're losing money because we're not selling high fat stuff. So what do? So they started putting refined sugar in just about everything we eat. When you go buy your food, go look in your cupboard or your cabinets. Pull out a bunch of your canned food. Pull out some of your frozen food and look on the back of the ingredients. And I'll bet you that almost everything you have in your freezer that's pre-made will have sugar in it. Everything in your cans will have sugar in it. And also, here they sell chicken breast in bags, and there is sugar in those chicken breasts. Why? I have no idea.
That's odd.
Very odd. Why would you put sugar in raw chicken? Unless you want people to keep buying that chicken. And because it tastes good, they come back and buy it again.
Mm-hmm.
Because sugar makes everything taste better. Which is sad. Let's see. I want to make sure I don't sew this one backwards like I did earlier. I sewed number 11 before I sewed number 10. It's a good thing it was workable. I would have had to rip it out, because there's numbers on these papers of the order that you sewed the pieces on with. I would be happy to get down to 200 pounds. You and me both, Joyce. I don't even have, someone says, well, do you want to get down to where you were before you started having babies? And I'm like, no, because before I started having kids, well, when I graduated from high school, I weighed all of 99 pounds, and that's no lie. Then when I got married to my first husband, I weighed 122 pounds. So you can see I gained a little bit of weight, because most people do once they leave teenage years. And then and up until I got pregnant, I maintained that weight. So from eight from that point until, let's see, I got married in 1985 and I had Lynette in 1987. But what happened to me was when I was 7 months pregnant, and some of you have heard this story, so you're about to hear it again. We had friends over to our house one night, and they were smokers like my first husband. And it was cold, so cold outside that when you opened the door, you could see the heat rolling out of the house. And so they were opening the door and they were smoking at the door. So the smoke was coming back in the house. Now, all of y'all know that I'm an asthmatic, so that was part of the problem there. So I had inhaled probably quite a bit of secondhand smoke that night. And the next day when my husband went to work, I was having difficulties keeping my asthma under control. The inhaler didn't seem to be doing its job. And but by that afternoon, I realized there was something dreadfully wrong. Only I didn't realize that I didn't really have an understanding because I've always had bad asthma, period. But when it got to this point, I knew something was wrong. And by the time he come home, I couldn't even talk. And I was crying because I couldn't feel Lynette moving around in my belly. And so I knew I was in danger. And I wrote on a piece of paper, call the doctor, tell him I can't breathe, blah, blah, blah. So he called the doctor, and the doctor says, you need to get her up to the ER. When he got me up to the emergency room, they put me in a hospital immediately. And it was bad. So what they were trying to do is get my asthma under control. So they were using prednisone, aminophylline, which was through the IV at the time, and they were able to maintain the dose of the aminophylline because it was being done through the blood, and something else called Bricanyl, along with nebulizer treatment. And I kept telling him, I want to go home. I want to go home. And he's like, you're not going anywhere for a little while. And so I was there about, I don't know, 2.5 weeks. And our wedding anniversary was coming up, which was the 13th of December. And I said, please let me go home and at least celebrate our anniversary at home. He says, well, you got to make a promise that if you cannot breathe, if you realize that something is wrong and you can't breathe, you need to come back because the reason he didn't want to let me go was the aminophylline was becoming an issue, not as in a negative issue, but they could not get the numbers up high enough because my body was eating that medicine faster than they were giving it to me. And he couldn't explain why that was going on. So that's why they were doing blood work nearly every day the whole time I was there, because they were trying to get the numbers up. And every time they would up it, it would stay level for a little while and then it would drop back down again. They finally found the right number, so they sent me home with the medicine. And so for 8 months, I spent on prednisone, aminophylline, and then Bricanyl. And after I started coming off of all that, I started gaining weight. It was crazy what was going on. So I think that one of the medicines, I don't know which one, destroyed my metabolism. So my metabolism works different now.
Katie, there's a troll.
Where? I think it's a prednisone too, because I've been on prednisone a few more times afterward, but the prednisone is what saved my life. Did he make a comment more than once? And I don't have any moderators in here, do I? Who wants to moderate? Wait, Rita was in here. You still in here, Rita? Um, okay. All right. Because I just took his comment out. You know, that's the first time I've seen one in a while. Should not have mentioned that earlier because now we have one. That is too funny. You say you haven't had a troll in a while and they show up. It was Gizmo too. He got in? Wow. Okay, gotcha. Yep. I need to put him. How do I do this? I need to go somewhere to fix that. Let me write that name down because I'll put him in my block list on my moderator's box. Gizmo 2. Because I can add him to the blockage. Well, this girl is ready for bed. Y'all have a good night. Good night, Marie, and it was good to see you, by the way.
Good night, Marie.
So I'm just sewing and talking. That's tonight, or this is what I'm doing now. That's why I called it. Let's come on. Well, this girl, yeah. And Joyce says, nope, Marie. Cindy Slorette, that means sleep well in Greenlandic. I think my husband must be dragging the gear up out of the water because he hasn't come back. He's on his shift right now. It's weird having him on this midnight shift because normally he doesn't work this shift. He usually works the 6:30 p.m. to midnight 12:30, you know, after the 12:30 in the morning. But now he's working the 12:30 in the morning to 6:30 in the morning shift because he is running the boat. He's driving it. I asked him about how it was going today. He told me that it's going good, but at the same time, he says it's a little bit nerve-wracking because this is the first time that he's actually spent a whole shift doing what he's doing. And he says what's nerve-wracking about it is getting through ice at the right speed, dropping the gear while going through the ice, and making sure that he doesn't get stuck in the ice because they were going too slow.
That would be nerve-wracking.
Well, Katy, but what? Oh, I think it's beautiful, Joyce. I love it. What's the name of the colorway? And you probably told me up above and I missed it. Sorry, what did you say, Misty? I'm so sorry.
Oh, I would just say that, but saying that would be nerve-wracking.
Yep. And and I told him, I said it'll probably get better as time goes by because he'll get used to it. Because see that he normally he's the boss of the deck, and but because the first mate that normally would be driving the ship on this shift, he had to have emergency surgery that almost killed him. And so he can't come to work for a little while. And so they've asked Nikolai to step up and do it. And Nikolai can do everything but the engineering department. He has driven the ship before. He's just not been responsible for it for an entire ship. So this is something new for him. And he likes it all right. I'm like, yes, you'll come home with softer hands. Which makes me happy because sometimes he has a rough time with his hands. They come home and like this last time they were a bit he puts lotion on them on board when he's finished working, but this go around his skin seems to be having a little issue with staying lubed up enough. We might have to find a different kind of lotion for him that he can use when he's not working, when he's in his bunk. number 10. Let's see, that's number 10.
I don't know if you guys would have it there or not, but they have that worker's hand. I'll have to look it up to find out the exact name.
Yeah, would you do that? Because lotions here, we have Nivea, which I'm saying that wrong, because I can't remember what the right pronunciation for it, but there is a right pronunciation actually, because it's made in Germany. They have some, and that is okay, but I don't think it's enough anymore. My mom used to use Huskers, but I have tried the Huskers. And I find it to be too greasy. But she used to have dry hand problems for some weird reason.
Okay, it's called O'Keefe's Working Hand.
All right, let me write that down too. Joyce says I did. So what was the name of it? O'Keefe. That sounds like a Irish name. O'Keefe, what did you say the rest of it was?
Working Hand.
Working hands lotion. Okay, I'll look into that. Might have to order it. I need to backtrack and see what she told me. Let's see here. It's got to have something to do with the service. So we get down to I'm looking, Joyce. I'm trying to find where you said what it was. Oh, we got talking about weight and stuff, and I think I might have missed what you said.
It's right above 3 Nite bot, right in a row.
Say that again.
It's right above 3 Nite bots, right in a row.
Oh, there it is. I have to confess, this is my first quilt I ever made. I've garment sewn for well over 50 years, participated in block swaps and dabbled here and there, but this was my Joyce, it's beautiful. I love it. That's why I was wondering about the colorway, because I didn't expect that. That is so rich in color. She sent a picture of it. Oh, you know what? I can show it to everybody. Can you hang on a minute? Let me download it from the email first, and then I will share the screen and share it. I hope Joyce is okay about me sharing it because I'm about to share it. All right, let me download it first. Then I got to go find it so that I can share it. So 1 minute for that. Go to download, go to the picture. Y'all have to see this. It's beautiful. Okay, now I'm going to share the screen. And here we go. Let me know if you can see it. Someone, can you
Oh,
see it?
wow.
Isn't that beautiful?
That is gorgeous.
Yeah, I love the colors and I love how that yellow just makes everything pop out.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous. And this is set. Let me see if I can blow it up some more without blurring it. So we're up to 50%. Oh, this is batiks on top of it. Dang.
That is beautiful.
That is gorgeous. You did a good job, Joyce. Wow. Dang, maybe I should have chose that colorway, but I wasn't sure about it. That's why I didn't. Or is this the Jason Yenter one? This might be Jason Yenter fabric, come to think of it. But it does look like batiks to me. Wow, it's
She put the
beautiful.
name of it in the chat again.
Okay, good. Mariquetta, I think is how it's spelled, and it comes in blue, turquoise, purple line. It's beautiful, Joyce. You did a super job. I'll make sure, if you don't post it in the Greenland Quilter group, I'll make sure it gets posted, okay? Because I'm going to be doing a first quarter trunk show. So any of you who haven't posted anything in the Greenland Quilter who use Facebook, please go over and share what you're working on. It does not have to be anything finished. It can be what you're currently working on. It could be a UFO that you're working on but not finished. It could be whatever you are doing. If you are not a quilter but you're doing a different kind of craft, you can also share that there. For those of you who don't use Facebook, you can email me at, and I'm fixing to give you the email address where you can email me because that's how Joyce sent me the picture. And or you can go over to Discord and find Sherry Yurton and share there, or the guy who sews, he has set up a group. I don't know what you call it. It looks like it's not a group. It's where it might be a group, maybe. And you'll see where it says Katy. Click on, yeah, or Greenland Quilter. I don't know if you called it Greenland Quilter or Katy folder. I don't know which one it is. Katy or Greenland Quilter or Katy Greenland Quilter or something. And you can leave pictures there, and I'll make a point to try to go over there. Well, actually, I got to go over there anyway, so I'll go over there and see if there's any pictures posted that I need to be sharing, because I'm going to probably use the last day of this month to do a trunk show, more than likely. And the last day of this month is going to be on Monday, I think. Where's my calendar at? I think the last day of the month is on a Monday. Yep, it is. So I'll just do a like an impromptu kind of live, like I'm doing right now, and we're just gonna have a trunk show and we're gonna share all of that. She says, let me send a better picture because she added extra borders and cornerstone that doesn't show in the pic. Okay, that would be lovely, Joyce, because I'm really happy to see y'all's work. Y'all inspire me. Now I really need to get my tree of life finished. Or, yeah. I have 2 tree of lives to do, and I'm working on one of them for my sister, which y'all seen me working on. But the other one is Delilah. No, that's Wild West, the Delilah one. It's called Secret Garden, I think, for my tree of life. Kind of get confused sometimes. We're almost finished with this one block. What kind of dog? The little doggy you showed me, Misty. What is she?
She is a mix between a Jack Russell and a Yorkie.
I bet you she has lots of energy. Jack Russell Terriers have such amount of energy. I don't know about Yorkies. I don't know a lot about a Yorkie, but I do know Jack Russells do.
She's very energetic and very mouthy.
Oh, well, it might be the girl dog in her. I know I have a mouthy dog. Speaking of mouthy dog,
I have I had gotten a puppy that was a rescue. All of mine are rescues. But they tried to say she was Chihuahua, and I knew she wasn't, and it didn't bother me either way. She is a Jack Russell, and my honey had gotten a rescue, and we didn't know that he wasn't fixed and that she wasn't fixed, and they ended up having 3 pups. That's how we got the mix. So I have 3 puppies that are the Jack Russell Yorkie mix.
Oh my goodness. We don't have rescue dogs here. But we do have too many mixed breed dogs, and I want nothing to do with any of them. They're big dogs, number one. Number two, I'm pretty sure there's lots of inbreeding going on, because the same 2 males keep breeding the same dogs over and over again, so they all look the same. It's like this big gene pool of a dog that looks like they have twins. And they're not even supposed to be doing that. There's a rule that you're not allowed to do it, but someone's getting away with it. See, my Dotson, she's fixed. And someone asked me what, do I get pure breeds because I want to breed them? No, I get them because I like to breed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I have them. And that's why I do what's right. I get them spayed. I like to wait till they're 2 to do it. But the rule here is as soon as they turn a year old and they hit that next heat cycle, you are required to get it done. So she was a
All of
little
them are.
over a year old when I got her spayed.
Yeah, mine are all spayed and neutered now, but at the time we didn't know.
Yeah, that happens when
So,
you're getting rescues.
yeah,
Isn't did you get the rescue from a rescue clinic or was it through somebody?
it was through somebody. Um,
No, so that's how they wouldn't have known because normally the rescue clinics they send them through veterinarian and the veterinarian does a really good vet check of them.
a friend of mine, um, it was a friend of a friend, I should say. She told me about a girl who was breeding a bunch of dogs,
Oh
and
my
they were
God.
all in cages. And so I contacted her and asked her if I could help her in some way. And she says, "No, I don't need any help." And then all of a sudden, a couple days later, she says, "Well, I have 2 girls that I can't do anything with." And it was because they had deformities. She couldn't get top dollar out of them. And that was the problem. So
That's sad.
it is. So I rescued them. And I wish I could have rescued a lot more.
If she had a deformity going on in a breeding, that means she was doing something. She was breeding. She was doing the wrong kind of breeding. Period. And it sounds like a
Mm,
backyard breeder to me. That's how I
She
came
is.
about having Ichi.
She is a backyard breeder. And people might say I was wrong for doing it, but I did turn her into the animal people.
Well, you should,
And she
especially
no
when you're.
longer.
Yeah, that's good. She got what was coming.
Hmm.
It's those because all these dogs, especially if they're breeding in the improper way, where they're line breeding or inbreeding to get a specific dog trait, it creates health problems, and some dogs even have psychological problems because of the type of breeding they got in them. And and dogs were never meant to be done this way to start with.
Yes, Yorkies are very mouthy and demanding. I
Rita
was
says
reading
my
it.
favorite is still the hybrids of the wolf cross. Yeah, but there's not that many wolf crossed out there. And most of breed wolf crosses are pretty mindful of what they're doing, unless I don't know something you know. There's a breeder. Well, he doesn't breed all the time, but there's a man called the 108th First Airborne or something like that, and he's creating a new dog breed, and he seems to be coming along with the breed. I don't know what he plans on calling them yet, but they look like wolves, but they're not. They mostly have the German Shepherd trait, a lot of the traits, but they are humongous. Oh my God, they're so big. But he's got a couple of them that there's a female, her name is Honey Badger, and Honey Badger's beautiful, but she looks like a wolf. I mean, the way her colors are on her face and everything, but she's not as big as the males are. But she looks like she's such a sweet dog. And every one of his dogs, he has 4 male. He either has 4 males or 5. I can't remember. And then he has Ulu and Honey Badger. So he's got 2 females and the rest are males, and all of them are intact. Every one of them are intact, and none of them fight. They don't fight. They don't. When he takes them to the dog park because he lives in Minnesota, so there's a dog park right there that runs along the Mississippi River, and every day all day long. He takes two at a time down there to the dog park. And these dogs can run into any dog in the park and never fight. They don't start fights. They don't growl at dogs. They'll stand their ground when another dog is aggressive, but they're totally just the most peaceful big dogs I've ever seen. Usually when people see dogs that big, they're like afraid of them. I have one of those high energy German Shepherd lines for that special training. I call him my rhino. What working line did yours come from? Because Coda came from Kirschenthal, which is a line in Germany. And yes, high drive, always busy. We're doing number 13. Okay, that's the long one. I am not taking you back out again. You've been out twice. No, get down. You already been out not less than an hour ago.
Good night, Joyce.
Sweet dreams, Joyce, and thank you for sharing that quilt with me. I really love it, and I can't wait for everyone to see it. See you tomorrow, probably on tomorrow's live. Y'all are probably wondering, what is up with me? Why am I live when I know I'm having a live tomorrow? Because I wanted to sew, and I want someone to come sew with me. And sometimes just talking and sewing motivates me, especially since I started my live earlier tonight in a rough way. I got upset about something earlier, and that made me a little confused. I don't think things are going to get any better in relation to this. I'm probably going to spend a lot of time being angry. Unless I got to figure out how to get around the anger anyway. I just want Greenland to be left alone. I watched some videos yesterday where there was a lot of news people here in this country this week. There must have been at least 100 of them. I've never seen so many news people. But they were talking to some of the Greenlanders, and it was amazing some of what the Greenlanders said to the news people. Because every one of them was like, we just want our country left alone. They want to be sovereign, their own nation eventually, but they don't want to be anybody else's tools. Now, this one's me.
That is so cute. I love how little it is, your block.
Katy, you could count the lines in your ceiling to try and calm down, Rita says. You know what? That's actually a good idea. Because earlier I was pretty angry. I was screaming at the TV. And my husband's like, you know they can't hear you, right? And he's not making fun of me. He knows why I'm angry. The interesting thing is he's not angry, which I don't, but he's not. This is what I think is a blessing about Nikolai. If someone really makes, now, if someone tried to hurt me, I've seen him angry about that because something happened about a year and a half after I moved here, and he was ready to get off the ship and fly home and deal with it. And I'm like, no, don't do that. It's over with. It's done. But he says, nobody's going to treat my wife that way. And I'm like, okay. But outside of that, he doesn't show anger of any kind. It's just, he's one in a million, y'all.
He sounds like it.
He is. He's such a kind man. Yeah, it's hot in the house. I get that. I might open the door and let the air in. That's a good idea, actually. Because it is quite warm in here. She's over here panting. No.
Did you get your chicken out of the oven?
I did. It's sitting on top of the stove, and I'm still fasting, as you can see. Because I decided I don't know if I want to eat in front of you or not.
Judgment-free zone.
Yeah, it is a judge-free. I know. I've eaten in front of you before, but I still feel kind of weird doing it.
That's what I always say when I go to eat in front of somebody, my judgment-free zone.
You know, my son, when he got, I guess when hormones kicked in, he already had issues because he had that learning disability. But we went through this thing one time. Lynn and Chris came home. This is Mom, and I see a mistake. Oh my gosh! Look, see the mistake? Guess where the mistake is? Right there.
The extra green one.
Yep, it should be white. Oh no. Well, do I leave it, make it unique? Or I don't know if I want to because ripping out this is all paper piece. I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave it alone.
I'd leave it. Hi, Sherry.
Nico is here. Ah, he came back. Hey, Myra. He's online. Talk to him, Sissy. Hey, honey, Sissy's here. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, eating in front. Oh, so they came home one day and they said, "You know that money you give us for lunch? Yeah. Do you know that Thomas has a lot of it?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Come to find out, he wouldn't go eat lunch during lunch hour. So I sat down and I said, and it explained a lot because when he would come home, he would be ravenous. So I asked him, "Why won't you eat lunch?" He says, "Mom, I'm not eating in front of people." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He says, "I can't eat in front of people." I think it was something to do with the fact that he didn't want to be seen eating in front of girls, which was a weird thing for me because I didn't understand why he felt that way. And he even now as a 30-something-year-old man, sometimes he doesn't want to eat in front of people even then. So I don't know what the deal is. It's nothing that I've done or, you know, he's just weird that way, I guess. See, there is something. Wow. All three of these blocks are different. I have messed up all three of them. But I'm not going to change it. Nope, nope. We're going to leave it alone. Hey, Sherry. I know, I'm back live again. Myra says, "Hey, sis, love you. I love you too." Okay, and then we got Joyce and Sherry and Nickel. Hey, honey, how much did you catch this go around? Or are you allowed to say? Lead them that way, says Rita. Yeah, all three of them are different. Look, there's this one. I don't know why I got them all messed up. Maybe that's telling you what my state of mind is. How about that? That's my excuse. My state of mind. See how I messed them all up? Oops. They definitely don't look like a log cabin, do they? Around a ton. Okay. No, Nora, you're not. I am not. I don't know what you want. I have a feeling you want an OUT again. Because it's nice and warm, nice and cool outside versus this house. This house feels like a sauna. Babe, it's so hot in this house, I want to go around there and turn the boiler down. Rita says, with them all different, no one is going to know it was not meant to be that way. That's true. And besides, I'm not putting it in a quilt store or anything. This is for my granddaughter, so she's gonna get one that's not perfect, which I don't have any perfect quilts anyway. There's no such thing as perfect. He says, don't. Oh, please, honey, let me go turn it down. It's so hot in here. The only one it's going to bug you is you. You decide if, yeah, I'll forget all about it afterwards anyway. What time is it in Greenland? It is now 8 minutes after 1 a.m. My 91-year-old mom is cold, so I'm sweating. Uh-oh. That's not good, Sissy. It's 8 minutes after 1, Sherry. 1 is 8 minutes after 1 a.m. So it's just, yeah, not very long after midnight. And you're like, why are you awake? Because I'm not sleepy. So I decided to come on here live. And besides, my husband's in here, which makes me happy. And all of you fine people are in here, which makes me happy. And I have Sissy in here. Like Niter, yeah. Myra would be proud of me. Hey, Myra, guess what? I got 6 hours of sleep. Maybe at the wrong time of the day, but I got 6 hours of sleep with only one time waking up. And then Nikolai says, and what will happen? A frosty suddenly comes and you're cold in the house. I know. You're right, my love. You're right. Because then I'll be griping about the house being too cold. I know you're right. It's so hot. I'm so happy to see you too. Katy, you need a little tabletop fan. Well, there's one right there. But I don't want to put it closer because it'll blow my hair in my face. Probably if I put my hair up, I would be less hot right now. Because I have it down and I think that helps contribute to me being hot. Yep, I got 6 hours. That's good for me. That's more than usual. And that might be why I'm all hyper tonight. Plus, I've been fasting for 15 hours. No, it's more than that now. I'm still fasting. Can you believe it? Yeah, I did. And something else is I did. Instead of putting some TV show on last night, or when I finally did go to sleep, I put music on and then I turned it really, really low so that I could just barely hear it. And that seemed to help too. It was some of that calm, soothing kind of music, not orchestra music, like soft rock and roll music, kind of like. I am gotta be careful where I put these lines at because it tricked me. Did you do image? Yep. Myra says mine is up. What's up?
Her hair.
Oh, okay. That dog is cute.
This is another one of mine.
Oh, super cute.
And there's another one.
Myra, is your mom in bed? Because if your mom in bed, I'll bring you up on the Zoom if you want to join me and Misty. She says, very good. I have a couple of tiny fans. They are super small. Just blows a small amount, nothing strong. One is much bigger than the fan in the CPU and has no blades. Yeah, I did these two fans that Nikolai brought home. I took the front off of this one so I could make the air. You need white noise. That's why I set up my aquarium. It has where it sounds like rain. Yeah, rain helps a lot. Your puppy's cute, Misty.
Thank you.
So you say it. So you're saying no to she's not in bed, but yes, bring you up. Okay, then let me send you a link. We're gonna have another guest on here with you. Okay. I hope this is the right link. Let me make sure. Yes, it is. No, that's the wrong one. Can't be sending the wrong one.
Oh, I like that spelling, Rita.
Myra, do you want me to send it in an email or over on Messenger? Let me know which is better. Misty. I used to have a dog named Mitzi. Or was it Missy? Maybe it was Missy. I'm just going to send it to you in Messenger if that's okay with you. And if you have trouble with it, I can always email it. So let me go hunt you down on Messenger. Myra, there you are. Check your Messenger, Myra. Okay, because I just sent the link. Oh, now I need to get rid of that screen so I can see the Zoom. Okay. That needs to go bye-bye. Yeah, here we go. Now we got the right screens back up. I wonder how hard it would be to set up 2 monitors and have the space for it. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm starting on block or the last block, which is the 4th one. Let's see if I can manage to do that one right. Oh, lots of mistakes tonight. Hey, honey, are you still there? If you are, what's the weather like over there today or right now on your shift? I know it's cold, but is the weather good? Not that hard, actually, says Rita. Hmm. Can you hear her kind of yipping over here? Like making little puppy noises? Like, pay attention to me, mommy. I want attention. But you're, no.
You know, it sounds like she's having a bad dream.
No. Fishing among ice is challenging, says Nikolai. How can you tell that? Does the radar tell you how thick the ice is on the boat before you go through it? I never thought to ask you that question before. He says no. Okay. Your dog is quiet, Katy. Well, there's a setting on my Zoom. She'll get loud soon because she keeps bothering me. She's already been OUT twice. Go lay down. You know what? It's too bad you couldn't speak to Daddy. Yeah. Did you hear that time? Let me email it because it may be a problem. Hold on. I'm going to email you. That's weird. Send an email. Messenger sometimes tricks people, I think, when it comes to these Zoom links. Sometimes it works for you and then sometimes it doesn't. It's a very odd thing. Okay. She talks to her daddy, haha. Yep. Nico, don't you get cold out there on the boat? Brr. Myra says, Messenger says, okay, I've sent you an email. She wants to talk to her daddy. Now comes the sneezing. Ha ha. One of my dogs does that fake sneezing. What? What? Daddy's he's not alive, honey. You can't exactly talk to him. I'm sorry. Keep on talking, but that's not going to get you anywhere, my love. And I don't know what the deal is with this paper. Giving me a hard time. Five goes from here to here. Okay, I see what the deal is here. Now that's 5. Now then we've got number 8. And hang on, I'm trying to work with this paper. There must be trouble. She's yeah. But on the deck, that's another matter with the weather. Yep. Colder when they're out on deck. No. Stay. Nah. You're distracting me. I'm trying to make sure I don't mark this paper wrong, and you're over here confusing me. Katy, this is the time you need that tracing wheel. You're right. Hey, John, and you are right, because I don't know what the deal is tonight, but I'm in trouble with this tonight. I'll look through my old sewing stuff and see if I can find one. If not, maybe I can find one up at the local grocery. If not, I'm going to send one to Sherry so she can she's sending me something else, and I can order from Amazon and send it to her. And then when she sends the little package, is Sherry still here? Foggy but calm, Asa. Okay, I was wondering how the weather was. It was snowing a little bit here. I don't know if it's still snowing because I haven't walked out the door in the last hour. But according to this, let me see what the temperature is right now. It's 32. Yeah, it's right at freezing right now. So it's kind of snowing, but it's kind of not snowing. Hey, babe, I wanted, since you're on here, let me ask you a question. You know that bag of ice that we had sitting inside the house for a while now? I put all that did I say bag of ice? I did, didn't I? Did I say that, Misty? Hello. That bag of salt was what I meant to say.
You said ice.
I think I said ice. I'm so strange. Sorry. Anyway, you know that bag of salt? I took that salt and I spread it all over bag of ice. Yep, I did say that. Anyway, that bag of salt that we've had sitting over there for so long, I took it outside and I spread it all over that area that goes between the metal walkway and out toward where you dug out for me to have a way to walk up to the road, because it was so slick I couldn't even stand on it without about busting my butt. I used what was left. That probably wasn't enough salt, right? What do you think, that was enough salt to help melt that area? Or do you think it's just not going to work? Because I did it last night while it was still so warm. Because it was 56 degrees, no, 51 degrees yesterday. and it was around 47, I think, last night when I spread that salt out on that, and I made sure I covered the whole area. You think that'll be good enough? Because I can't tell. It looks like it melted some of it. It's the first time trying, but I just don't want to be walking on it if it's going to make me fall down. I'll have to put cleats on probably. Hey, Carton or Kartok. I'm not sure how to say your name. Kartot. Wait, I need my other glasses. Maybe I'm not seeing that right. Yeah, I did see it right. That's an interesting name. I don't know how to say it. Not sure, but try to look at it tomorrow. Okay, babe. You used a bag of ice to melt the ice. Sorry. Smarty pants, Rita. Knew someone was going to have fun with that. It's still saying on a host to start meeting. That's weird. Hang on a minute. Let me go back and look at something. Maybe I made a mistake and sent a different link than what I thought I sent. Hold on. Let me go look, sissy. You know me. I'm subject to mistakes. Let me see if I can figure it out. No, it looks like I sent the same link. That is strange. Let me go look at one other thing here. I sent a Zoom link to Misty. I'm going to see it. Do this and then go back here. And let me see if it looks the same as what I sent Myra. Because it looks the same. Yeah, it looks like it's just, wait a minute. Myra, try the second link and see if it'll work. The one I just sent in your messenger. If this one looks different. Definitely looks different. The other one is weird the way it looks. That's strange.
Hi, sweetie.
Well, I don't know what the heck. It went up to me to mess something up.
No makeup. Hair in a
It's
messy bun.
That's okay.
Jammies.
Where is Orca? Oh, the orca's right here, Rita. Someone needs to feel sorry for me and send me a bunch of small command strips that don't have anything else with it, just command strips, so that I can put the command strips on my saw machine.
Oh, moon to the stars.
So this is a joke about the orca, sissy. When Nikolai was building that big ship, he comes in here with this orca and he snaps my ear with it. And there's teeth on this orca. You see that?
Yeah.
So I arrested the orca and he's been parked on top of my sewing machine all this time. But the tape keeps getting unsticky and he keeps falling off.
Oh, so you want Velcro, love?
Well, if they have sticky Velcro that won't leave a residue on my sewing machine.
They have Velcro on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can make that happen.
Okay. And then I can just stick it on here and he can't go anywhere because he's on permanent arrest.
Whatever you want.
But look at here look what's sitting on top of the orca. There's two puppies now.
We have never used baseline.
What are they doing?
They're just sitting there riding the orca.
Yeah, well, you know about the orcas. Hello,
Well,
Florida, Silicon.
Yeah, if they fall off, the orca's going to eat them. Oh my God.
Pull them down by their hair, whatever.
Yeah. It's a big joke going on because Nikolai came in here and made it bite me. And I'm like, it was a joke.
Karen, where in Florida are you from?
Yeah, what part of Florida? Oh, he's Orlando.
Oh, do you ever
Right
go
up there.
to the do you ever go to the House of the Mouse? And I can't see the chats. I don't know why.
Because here's what you need. What are you on? Your tablet?
No, I don't own a tablet. And I'm at
You're on your
mom's, so
computer, right?
I'm on my phone.
Oh, I don't know how to get the chat through Zoom.
I
No,
have
but
my
Do you have your
YouTube running
computer
in the
with you?
background and the Zoom chat opened smaller. That's the only way I can see the chat.
okay, I don't know if I can figure that one out, but I shall try.
Do you have your laptop with you?
Well, no, I have my dad's computer. I'm in his computer room.
So turn his on and go to the YouTube channel where this is at. Make sure
Yeah.
you mute it though. And then you can make the chat bigger, or you can what we call dislodge it from the screen. It's called dang it, hang on, I'll tell you what it's called. There's these three buttons, three little dots above where the chat is at. And if you
Yeah, it's
click
the
on it,
ellipsis.
it'll tell you there's a list of things on it, and one of the things is about popping out the chat. And you can pop out just the chat and reduce everything else if you want to see just the chat. Really?
Signature Inca terracing.
I'm
Really?
glad you know all this. I don't know any of this. I'm trying to follow along with what you're telling her.
So I'm gonna take a picture of what my screen looks like, and then I'll show it
Oh,
to
it's
y'all.
a second. She's talking about a second monitor because
No,
I'm at
I only have one monitor. Only have one monitor. But if you're going to use a computer, you can. If you don't want to see the video part, because well, you can watch the video. I'm just going to forewarn you, by watching the video on YouTube and then watching the Zoom over here, you're going to hear me and her talk and see me and her talk, but it's going to be delayed compared to the YouTube channel. So I totally just take the chat out so I can see just the chat and not the video, because it confuses my brain. Let me take a picture of how I got mine set up. And the picture will show the Zoom on the left and the chat on how I've got it on the right. And the chat is from the browser, that I separated it from the browser. And I can tell you how to do that.
okay.
But you know what? Wait, stop. I am going to share my screen and I'm going to show you how to do it. That way it's not confusing. Let me go find my YouTube thing. Hold on. This would be the best way to show you how to do it. So you see.
I'm going to turn off my video so I don't make people woozy.
Okay. All right. And
But I'll
you
come back. I'll
this.
come back because I like
Okay.
I like talking
Okay.
on video. But now I can't figure out how to do that. God help me.
You can leave it on, and just watch what I do. You ready? Oh, you can't see the video, so you've got to turn the computer on. Let me know when you're on the desktop. And then I'll show everybody how you do this. That way, anyone who wants to learn how to do it this way can learn. Or they'll know about it at least.
Well, I was going to get on the computer. Well, that would be
Hi,
nice.
Nico. I've never said hi before, and I should have. Hello.
Misty? Nikolai, Misty. Oh.
Hello.
There's just lying here, right? Well, that's why ceramics are so useful for us. The plastic stage, they last forever.
Hey, Candace.
But that was good.
In the meantime, while I'm waiting on Sissy, because I'm going to show y'all how to do something, in case you didn't know how to do this.
What?
And it will help everybody.
Move my drink.
This one at my feet is being a pain in the rear. That is so weird, because I saw you just now and now I don't see you again.
Who?
You see you in Zoom, of course, but not on the.
What? Are they coming here?
Yes.
Wow,
Fishing
474 meters
fishing
down.
Ooh, depth is 474 meters deep. Wow, it is
Wow.
pretty deep. Stop, Nora.
Did I get it? I don't know. Just trying to help. I know, darling. Just trying to help. Well, Mom, I don't have to wait for you to go to bed to have a toddy. Thank you very much. Because I'm over 21. I can drink. You want to talk? Okay. Toddy. I don't have to wait for you to go to bed to have a toddy. Oh, no. No, I don't. You know that. I wish I had one. No, you can't have one. You've been sick to your stomach. You want me to go get you one? No. No. Okay, fine.
Zaza says she can't fathom that depth. And hi, Zaza. I didn't see you slip in here. And I muted Myra so she didn't have to share her personal stuff relating to her mom. And now when I want to unmute her, I can't. Isn't that funny? She's going to have to say, okay, I will. You can unmute me. Darn it. That is like 1,555 feet deep. Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, you know, it's when you hear 400 and something meters deep, then you're like, well, how many feet is that? And then when you go look, you're like, oh my gosh. In a fathom is 263 fathoms. Oh, yeah, I was about to wonder if there was a measurement in ocean stuff. Why aren't the people on the YouTube screen? Zaza, Misty's new to doing this, so she's a little shy. And Myra is trying to get onto the desktop so that I can show her how to do something so that she can see the chat because she's on her phone with her Zoom and so she can't see the chat. So right now that's what she's working on. So just a little bit longer and it'll be all right. That is way down there. Yes, it is. As for every meter, it is 3.3 feet. So multiply that by 470 feet. No.
That's a little too deep for me.
That's pretty deep. I would be worrying about sharks the whole time I'd be in the water. Because that's what I fear the most in the ocean is sharks.
Earlier,
Shark movies.
did you say that you were originally from Florida?
I did. I spent most of my life in Florida. I lived there from 1967 until 2011.
What part?
From 13 and up, Lake City, Florida, and below, younger than that, it was let me see if I can name off all the places we lived while I was younger than that. We lived in Chuliota, Florida. We moved several times within Orlando. I think we lived in Clearwater for a short amount of time. Then then my dad, mom bought 2 acres of land in Christmas, Florida, and we moved there. And then we stayed there for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. My dad was weird. He moved us all the time. And then when he moved us to Lake City, he put his roots down. They put their roots down up there. So from 1975 until I left in 2011, that's where I had lived. Do you know where Lake City is?
Yeah. I used to
Okay.
live down in Clearwater, Spring Hill, Brookville, Tarpon Spring area.
Clearwater's where my husband asked me to marry him.
That's sweet.
Yep. On his second trip to Florida. He was about midways of his trip to Florida, or midways being in Florida. And we went down there to meet some friends. And while we were there, he asked me to marry him. on February the 14th, 15 years ago. And so this January, upcoming January, we'll be married 15 years.
That's great.
Yep. And we have never had a fight.
That's amazing. I was
Yep, 'cause-
married before. Let's see. We got together when I was 15 and
That was young.
yeah, separated when I was 30, I think. 32, something like that.
Oh, so you were married a long time then.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine being a child and getting married.
Oh,
So much responsibility for a 15-year-old.
yeah. I am 18 years older than my oldest son and 20 years older than my youngest.
Do you have any grands?
I have two, a 10-year-old and a 6-year-old little girl.
Oh, that's
The-
so cool. Grands are
the
the best.
The 10-year-old is a boy and the 6-year-old is a girl.
That's awesome. I'm hoping Sissy is figuring it out because she hasn't said anything. Let me try seeing if I can.
Yeah, when we were down in Florida, the kids got so tired of going over to Orlando and everything that they refused to go anymore. It's like they grew up over there.
Yeah, when we were in the States this past year, I participated in the Florida Hop
Mhm.
Hop, sorry. And I drug Nikolai all over the place and I could not believe do you know where Claremont is? Just outside of Orlando?
Not right off. No.
It's right off the west end of Orlando. I could not get over because we left trying to think what town we left. We left a town that was just outside of it. And the lady says you shouldn't take you more than like 15, 20 minutes to go. But we were going right when I guess rush hour was going on or something. The traffic was so bad. Sherry says microphone isn't being nice. My microphone, Sherry?
Probably mine.
Rita says I was stationed in boot camp for U.S. Navy in Orlando. I didn't know there was a boot camp in Orlando for the Navy.
That's where Bill
Congratulations
went.
on 26 years.
Do what?
Oh, I was reading Rita's message up a little higher.
Oh, now I know what Myra said. Myra said that's where Bill went. Oh, I didn't even know they had a boot camp in Orlando.
A million years ago, love.
Yeah, must have been. Sure must not have been around when I was, yeah, you know.
All right, now what am I doing? I've got Dad's computer on. Remember, Dad's been dead 4 years, okay? I've got
Okay.
his
Have
his
you
computer on.
have you brought YouTube up?
No, hang on.
Okay, bring YouTube up and go find my live.
Oh.
When you find my live, make sure to mute it because if you don't, we're gonna hear echo.
What?
What? And people are gonna be like, oh my gosh, what is
Wow, Zaza, that's awesome.
Zaza? What is Zaza say? My husband and I started dating 30 years ago in May. We've been married 27 years, 28 years in August. Oh my gosh, congratulations. I am hoping that I can reach the 20-year mark with my honey. Because then it'll mean that I have managed to stay married to him that long to another, you know what I mean. He knows what I mean. Because I stayed married to the first one 21, almost 21 years. But my first marriage,
You
I think
you know,
most of them do.
Sunday is our anniversary.
how many years, Myra?
23.
Oh,
Congratulations.
it's so
Thank
interesting
you.
that y'all were so young into your marriage when I first met you. You realize that?
No, sweetie, I met you before I met him.
Yeah, you're right. What year did we? Now that I think about that, you're right. Golly, my sense of time really sucks, y'all.
I know, it's okay.
So what
All
year
right, there's a bunch of YouTubes. It's YouTube
Wow,
TV,
Sherry.
YouTube news. What do
just
I
regular
don't,
just youtube.com. Are you in a browser or are you trying to log on to an application?
oh wait, okay, I found it. I'm in a
Okay.
browser.
I forgot to mention, don't get on the app, just get on the browser.
No, yeah, I'm at Dad's big browser.
Okay.
Congratulations to everybody who has put the amount of time they have been together. That is amazing.
Rita
My
says almost 26 years for her second spouse. Wow, you guys are so awesome.
My husband and I joke that we both have been married almost 50 years, just not to one another. It's so sad.
I know. You know what? Sometimes I tell Nikolai, I say, I wish that I would have met him when I was so young so that we could have raised a family together, But he's like,
Oh no,
no, don't.
I'm not me.
I would
And
love to, but because I can't give him any kids and he's never had any kids.
he's got plenty of kids, babe. Yours are wonderful. Okay, how do I get to you? Where are you?
All right. Do you see the search button inside of YouTube?
Yeah,
Type in there Greenland Quilter.
I got that. I got you up.
You got me up? Okay, let me share the screen now. All right, everyone, we're going to have a little lesson on how to do something that you probably didn't know you could do. Great. Let me bring my browser up. Now I'm going to share the screen. And I won't be able to see the chat for a couple minutes, okay? So bear with me here because I have to share my screen because I'm going to show Myra how to do this too. All right. Get ready.
I've lost you.
Oh, yeah, you're going to for a minute. All right.
Okay.
Because my screens will shrink. Okay. Does everybody see what I see with me yakking on a screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I need to move this out of the way. Up here above the chat, do you see where it says live chat? Or you might have top chat if you haven't set it to. So there's a little arrow. Whenever you go into live, the first thing you need to do is make sure you're set to live chat because the live chat keeps up with the video. Over here, do you see these three dots? Do you see that, Myra? Where my mouse is sitting at right now?
It says settings.
All right, set that to live chat. Okay, click it. Now on the far right, oh, that's me. Wow, there's a delay. Sorry. There's three dots right next to that X. Do you see that? I forgot about the delay.
No, I don't have three dots. I have a search.
That search is up top of. That's interesting. Do you see the chat?
No, babe.
Not on your daddy's desktop?
No. I'm not in here. I'm not in yours. I can't see the live. Where is the live? I mean, I clicked on live. There's Sherry. Aw. But I don't see the live. The late night. Where's the late night thing? Y'all,
right.
I'm sorry. I'll hush. I just really want to be able to respond to you.
Go back up to the top of the YouTube where you see search, and I want you to type in Greenland Quilter.
Okay, I have.
Now it's going to take you to this screen. Do you see where it says Greenland? Oh, wait, hang on. Let me do something to help you, okay? I'm going to put Greenland, because I know what's going on now. Sorry. Oh, my bad. It's me that's causing the trouble. Hold on. Let me get this fixed. I'm going to put in Greenland Quilter. Because now I know what's going on. Now that you mentioned that. Okay. Now, do you see where it says Greenland Quilter Katy? And I know there's a lag, so let me know when you see what I just put on. And tell me if that's what you're seeing.
No, that's not what I'm seeing.
Do you see Let's Sew Late at Night with Scrappy Katy?
No, I see anyone want to get scrappy. Let's get creative. Let's sew and build upcoming.
You should see something that says Greenland Quilter Katy and let me send you. Can I send
Oh,
you?
wait, I found it. I found it. I found it.
Okay.
I don't know how I did, but I did.
So which one are you seeing?
Okay, I'm muted. I'm skipping
you're
the
there
ad.
Okay, so you're there to the live now, right?
I do believe so.
Okay, so you see my video on the left and the chat on the right, correct?
Not yet. Hang on.
Okay, I know there's a lag.
Yes, I do. I do.
All right, now, up at the top of the chat, you see where it says top chat, yes?
Yes.
Click on that little arrow.
Yes. Pop out chat.
Not yet. Click on live chat first.
What?
You must have already clicked on the button. Did you already click on the 3 dots?
Well, sure I did.
All right, yeah, see where it says pop out chat, do that. Now you're gonna see a screen that just jumped out at you.
Uh-huh.
Now
Good night, Joyce.
go to the right or left of however that is and reduce the other browser. Just click to minimize.
Yeah, I understand reduce. I understand minimize. I
Now
understand maximize.
Now you have just the chat screen on your desktop, yes?
Yes, but how do I get back to you?
You're still on your phone, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so leave your phone like it is.
Uh-huh.
Unless you want to use the Zoom on your dad's laptop or desktop, but I didn't know if you would have to upgrade.
No,
Zoom.
I don't think Dad has a camera. So
yeah, so there's no point. Just stay on your phone. And the reason I direct you to the chat is because now if you leave it on the desktop, leave your phone where you can, I see you, so you can see us.
Well, how come I can't see me?
You should be able to see you. I don't know why you're not seeing. Well, I don't know, because maybe you're on your phone. And because you only have a small screen. That might be what it is. Oh, wait, I know why.
I've got your black screen on.
I know why. I've got to unshare the screen. Hold on.
Yes, please.
Now can you see yourself?
Yes, I don't want to, but yes.
Sorry. But now on the desktop, you have the chat. You have your phone. Now you can see us, but you can also see the chat. There you go. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, guys, but I might have did it the long way around. But this is so. Yeah, I want to show you how my screen looks like because I took a picture of it. This is what I do every time I go live because it's the only way. Because the video has a delay, which messes with my head while we have Zoom. So I leave the Zoom up, but I get rid of the video by disengaging the chat from the live so that I just see your chat. So sometimes when I ask a question and I'm like, nobody's answering me, it's because there's a delay and I keep forgetting that there's a delay. So this is what my screen looks like. So the video on the one side is Zoom and the channel chat's on the other side.
Oh, that's nice.
That's how I do it when I'm Zooming. Because I'm not smart enough to go buy, well, wait, let me rephrase that a little. I could go buy another monitor, but do I know how to set up double monitors to do all this stuff? Not me. You do.
I worked with 3. Hi, Terry.
God. Hey, Terry. Then I want you to teach me how to do that.
I will, sis. I'll teach you. So, Rita, your husband was never married prior to you? Wow, I'm number 4.
I'm number 1
got it right.
I'm number 1 for Nikolai. He's never been married either.
Well, he waited for the best, babe.
Yes, he did.
I'm muted. Am I still muted?
No, no, it was just a delay. She hears you now. She says,
Oh,
there
okay.
she is.
Oh, there I am.
There's
Okay.
that little delay that happens.
Okay. Y'all, thank you for letting me learn off you because I'm going to be with Katy on the 16th, which is my anniversary. And I called my husband today and I said, honey, what do you have planned for our anniversary? He said, well, I don't know. He said, I thought we might go camping. I said, well, you're welcome to go, but I made a commitment because I didn't really think about the date.
Oh,
So no, it's okay, baby. We celebrate every day. Think about it. So
yeah.
my Orlando friend that I've already forgotten your name, I'm sorry. Do you ever go to the House of the Mouse?
He said, him or her said yes, because I'm not sure which gender this
Oh,
person.
Rita, you're so sweet.
Myra, you are terrific, says Rita.
I know, that's so sweet. I'm like Tony the Tiger.
Yep.
No,
I don't know.
not Tony the Tiger. What's the other one? The
Uh,
Disney one.
I don't know. Oh, you mean the Lion King?
No, the tiger. The most fun
Tigger?
thing about Tigger is I'm the only one.
Oh, Tigger. Yeah.
Tigger.
Okay,
Tigger,
gotcha.
yeah.
I'm terrible with cartoons. Nikolai probably knew the answer to that.
Y'all, I did something I've never done for my mom tonight.
What'd you do?
She's really, really weak tonight, weaker than she's ever been. Oh, good night, Zaza.
Night, Zaza.
Sleep tight. She only
Good
weighs
night,
103,
Zaza's
and,
like several hours ahead of me.
and I lifted her into bed. Karen, yes, Disney World, honey. Yes, that's the House of the Mouse. So, my husband and I go a lot, like a really lot. So if you ever let me know when you're going, we'll get a hug if you want. I'm a good hugger. So is he.
Rita says, bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. That is me, Hyper City.
Awesome. Rita.
Rita, you're too funny. I should be sleepy and I'm still fasting and I haven't eaten yet. Ah,
Go get your chicken, woman.
yeah, y'all are gonna watch me be rude and eat in front of you because I made chicken to break the fast with. You would think I would be, tired and want to go to bed, but oh no, I'm all hyper.
Oh, I get grumpy when I fast. Not even prayer helps. Sorry, Lord. I just realized I'm sitting on my mom's chair and she's got a heated blanket and the heat was still on. So I just figured out why I was so hot. So, what is everybody working on? Are people really sewing this late at night?
I'm not. I'm laid back in my chair.
Mm.
But I know quite a few people that sew this late at night. They get more done in this time of night than they do during the day because of life responsibilities.
Yeah, so did y'all notice the title of my live tonight? Late Night with Scrappy Katy. I have been thinking about this for a little while. I realize I won't get as many people on it unless I get some people from Europe. That can happen. But I'm like, maybe when I can't sleep, or like tonight it was because I just wanted to sew. I can do this impromptu, let's do this late night thing,
Well, Rita, I wish you'd stop losing it because I'm finding it, honey.
The reason I'm fasting, Sissy, is I'm gonna probably fast at least, I don't know, 3 times this week, and well, this week's almost over with, come to think of it. Probably 3 times next week. Because I think I'm gonna try to get myself back on keto.
What does that mean?
Keto's a way of eating where carbs are around 20 grams of carbs every day, and that's it. And everything else is protein and fat. The last time I was on keto, I was on it almost a year until the pandemic comes strolling in, and I had lost like 30 kilos while I was on it.
American measure system, sweetheart. American measure system. I'm ignorant.
Hang on, 30 kilos is
2 point something.
get my trusty little phone out, and we're gonna cheat and Google it.
Please do.
Let's see, kilos to pounds.
Terry, you're ironing. Do you use a tailor's press?
It was 60, according to this, 30 kilos is 66 pounds.
Awesome, babe.
But I gained the 66. Actually, hang on. Let me look, because I may not have gained all of it back now that I think about it. Let me see what No, I didn't gain all of it back. It's interesting. Anyway, I gained a lot of it back because I got off it. I just jumped off the wagon full speed ahead because I just haven't, being locked down and worrying, and I don't know, I stopped. But I didn't gain extra weight by stopping, so that's a good thing.
Very good. Well, my mother has all these fans around here, and I'm trying to get them to work. And plug that one in, and it's still not working for me.
So, with Rita, she says she's losing more weight and she's changed her diet to only eating high protein. Wouldn't you need to up the fat too to help gain the weight? Of course, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know.
I saw one on TV. Doctor, that is.
Yeah. Is it weird being in your dad's office?
It's my dad's computer room, and no, it's very comforting actually, because he had his final heart attack in here.
Oh, okay.
And this should have been, where he died, because he really did, but oh my gosh, 75 pounds in a month. Oh no.
That's not good.
But mother was not thinking and allowed them to revive him. So technically he died at the hospital, but I just feel like his soul and his spirit's still in this room, and no, I sleep in here. Actually, I have a bedroom that I could sleep in the month that I'm here for my mom. For those of you that I haven't met, my mom's 91 and won't go into assisted living. So my sister and I are taking a month each and staying with her for a month at a time, because we have phenomenal husbands who allow us to do that. Not allow us, but who will still stay married to us and let us do that.
Yeah, they're being supportive. They're
supportive of us taking care of family, because that's what you should do, I think. And so anyway, yeah. So it's I've been here. I was here October, November, and December, and then I got to go home for January, and my sister came for February. Now I'm back for March. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going home tomorrow, and I'll be home for 4 weeks, and then I'm back for 6 because she's having a new grandbaby. So Yeah.
Rita, you're funny. Rita says, Katy and Scrappy, let me see the Scrappy.
Well, Rita, we had Mom in a Taj Mahal of assisted living, but she stayed one night, 2 days and one night, and insisted I bring her back home. So we did.
It's not home is
But-
probably what the problem is.
Well, and she misses my dad still terribly. She's very depressed and she doesn't want to eat and she doesn't want to take her meds. She has congestive heart failure, COPD, and asthma. So anyway, I'm a social worker by trade, therapist, counselor. I'm not a nurse, and my sister, who is a nurse, has a hard time getting Mom to take her meds as well. So, but we have a caregiver that comes in for 4 hours Monday through Friday, and Mother will take her meds for the caregiver. So that's good.
What
But
does the
anyway.
what does the caregiver do that gets her to take them?
Oh my gosh. Well, her name is Virginia, and she calls my mother Miss Terry. She never calls her by her first name, and everything is yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. And she's very kind to my mom, and I don't know. It's, she's not her daughter. I don't know, and she won't tell a nurse in the hospital no either. So. She'll only tell my sister and I know.
For other people but your family thing. I don't know.
Right. So anyway, yeah, but my sister and I both are looking at some surgery, possibly. I'm gonna probably have to have a disc, some surgery in my neck, and I'm afraid my sister's gonna have to have the same surgery. And if we both have to have it at the same time, I don't know what we can do with my mom. So my best friend, Katie's my best friend. She's my sister too, but my best friend that lives here will come and stay with my mom, but she has an older husband and, can only stay like a weekend. So it's just real hard. So
You're gonna
anyway.
have issues then, aren't you? That's going to be very difficult for both of you. Did she finally go to bed?
She did. That's why I was gone so long, because I had to take her. Rita, so I had two grandfathers in assisted living nursing homes, and how we got around that is, the bad part of that is my mother or someone went every single day at different hours of the day to the facility to check on them. And they never knew when somebody from the family was coming. My mother would set her clock at midnight, at 3 o'clock in the morning. My uncle would go different times. And so if Mother goes into a facility, I'll have to move up here, and that's what we'll do as well. Somebody will be in there every single day, and they'll know it. So she better get the best of care. But it is wonderful having a caretaker that comes Monday through Friday from 10 to 2, because that means my sister can, when it's my sister's month, she goes to the gym and works out. She's tall and slim and beautiful, and I'm not. Beautiful from the inside, but I'm not tall and slim.
You are beautiful.
Thank you. I'm not tall and slim. So, and I never have been, and I never will be. And I'm certainly not going to work out.
You're beautiful with how God made you.
So sometimes I leave the house and just, get out away from Mom. But most of the time I just play cards with Virginia and Mom. So Rita, you're so sweet.
Me and Myra have been friends for a really long time now, and she has always been who she is that you see right now on the screen. She has never been this fake person or someone who was out to, I don't know, take advantage of something. She's never been this way. And she's opened her house to me more than once. And, and
We'll
we've
do
had,
so again.
yeah, we're going to do, yeah. And we've done things together and we've got into mischief a few times. And, you know, she makes me laugh.
Thank goodness our husbands get along, and Nico loves me too. So it's wonderful. And my husband loves Katy to death. So it's really precious to have a friendship like that. So Rita, I see you have COPD, bipolar, but I can't see what the and is. Maybe, hang on, let me move my screen.
It says severe anxiety. Boy, can I relate to that one. She has COPD, bipolar, and severe anxiety.
Oh,
Me and Rita are in the same boat.
Rita says, I'll put it this way. I have picky dogs. They like certain channels. They heard Myra's voice, and now I have a dog in my lap just watching Katy and you. It's so cute. Oh, they're so sweet.
Oh, I love puppies. I love
I need to get water, y'all. That's
so sweet, Rita.
Spice on the chicken's making me thirsty.
So, Terry, have you ever used a Taylor's clapper? I think is what they're called. I recently got one, and I really like how they sharpen my creases. Oh, Rita, that's wonderful. Where do you live?
While I'm thinking of it, did anyone get a chance to see the lunar eclipse that's in here? I didn't get to see it because we had cloudy skies. And all of North America was supposed to be able to see it.
I forgot all about it. Now I'm mad.
Yep, it's too late now. Over with. The first one in 15 years.
Well, Rita, Arizona's a little hard for me to get to, but when my husband and I go to the state capital of Arizona, if you tell me where you're at, we'll swing by and pick you up. Terry, I really like it. So, but my clapper, I mean, but I tried to find, and I'm still on the hunt for one from a antique or thrift store, because then when I hold it, I can imagine all the women that have held it before and you know what they did, because I'm kind of weird that way. I like to kind of envision, you know, how other people lived. And
does your mom have a sewing machine that's ancient by any chance?
No, my mother has a Janome, and I inherited my daddy's Janome, but I just bought a featherweight.
Yeah, I want a featherweight.
I do too.
It's so cute. Its name is Lillian because my dad's mom died when I was 10 and her name was Lillian. And she actually did all hand piecing, hand quilting. And that's where I got the love from. So, and I don't remember her.
Someone told me, gave me, well, speaking of that, I need to follow that link. Someone was telling me that there's a couple places over here in Europe that has featherweights. And I'm like, where? Because when I was going, trying to do Google on Google it for Denmark, nothing came up.
Are you on 220 volt?
Mm-hmm.
No, they make them.
Huh?
They make them. They make them for 220. If you buy the one made in Scotland, it's a 220 volt.
I didn't know. So Scotland might have some?
Well, I don't know, but what I'm saying is they were also made in Scotland, and the ones made in Scotland were 220.
Okay.
Donna Kenmore's will take a licking and keep on ticking.
Do you know what Lynette inherited from her paternal grandmother,
Who did?
Lynette, my oldest.
Yes. Hi, Donna. What?
So Shio had a Kenmore that's built into a cabinet. So it's this big fancy cabinet. And the sewing machine, as far as I know, was still running before she stopped sewing. And
Sure.
it was and the way Shio was with everything, she kept everything in tip top pristine, and Lynette has it.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You have a white one? I want what I have is the 221, but I want a 222 which has the arm thing, where you can do like sleeves, which is really silly because I probably would never use it. And I'm not gonna buy a second one. I'm not gonna buy another one. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. Carlette, did you say your name was Karen?
Yeah,
I
I
was
didn't know how
gifted
to, I don't know
a,
how to say that name. Is it Cartot or, I don't know how to say it.
Oh, Cartot, yes, but she said her name, and I think she said that her name.
Karen.
Karen, yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
okay. Hi, Karen. Because I wasn't sure what to call you.
I was
Oh my,
gifted a feather or a Singer 301 in a
wow.
cabinet.
Oh, they're beautiful.
We need one of
My
those.
dad has a Singer in an original case that's a pedal one. And I actually sewed on my grandmother, not his mom, but my mom's pedal Singer, and she gave it to somebody. And so dad's got one in the craft room that I'm hoping I inherit one day. But
So my brother has my mom's. And I don't know which singer it actually is because she was making us dresses with it when I was in grammar school. And so it had to be, the sewing machine has to be between like 1965. Let's see, they moved to Florida in 67. So I don't know if she had the machine before. I don't know if it was brought from California or not, but we moved to Florida in 67. And so I was kindergarten or either first grade. I was 5. So that would have been what, kindergarten, I think. And so I have grammar school pictures of dresses that she made for us. And I'm trying to get my brother to tell me which singer it is because it has a cabinet that came with it. It's a simple cabinet. It didn't have all the fancy doodads you see on some of those back in the day, but it was it looked like it was made from cherry if I remember right. And that machine was a workhorse because it put up with all 3 of us girls sewing on it and never had any trouble. The only thing my mother did, she came in there when she first showed us how to thread it. She says, "You see this knob on the front of this machine?" Yes. Don't touch it.
touch it and
You
die.
touch this knob, I'm gonna beat the tar out of you.
Oh yeah. So Karen, I really like your smush together, and Rita, yeah, I it's a treadle that I'm talking about, non-electric, and I used to sew on that at my maternal grandmother's. So what my dad has out there in the craft room, and my mom and dad both took up quilting in their 70s and did it for 20 years almost, and dad even went so far as to buy a long arm, and at first it was just with the pantographs, and he stood out in the shed, the big garage, and sweated and did it, and then he realized you could put a computer on it. And so my dad's only regret in life, he told me, was that he was not born 40 years later. He said, if I'd been born, instead of being born in 1934, if I'd been born in what's 40 and 30 in 74, I would have been Steve Jobs, or one of those techie people. My dad taught himself everything on the computer. He's just was so phenomenal. And yeah, he taught himself how to do the long arm with the computer. And They mostly did it for themselves, but they did a few for others. They never charged anyone. Dad just enjoyed setting it up and doing it. And Mother did the quilt tops. And yeah, so.
Did you finally get it sold?
Oh, yeah, Mama sold it. It wasn't even offered to me. Mother sold it. Yeah.
Well, I knew it was up for sale because you mentioned about it and you weren't sure
Yeah.
how to go about selling it. Did y'all get what
Oh,
you
yeah.
wanted out of it?
Pardon me?
Did she get what she wanted out of it?
She did,
Good.
which I couldn't
because
have afforded. So
Yeah, I can't afford one.
I couldn't have afforded it. So, I was happy to get my dad's Janome. So,
Well, you got a good Janome because yours is just one down from mine. So,
I'm pleased. It does what I need it to.
Have you seen that M8 yet? I want that M8. Oh my God, I want it.
Yes, darling. I've seen your M8.
I want it. When we were
Yes,
doing,
but you don't need it.
yes, I do need it because I only have one machine. And if I want to get this, listen, I've had this one 5 years and it has to go to Denmark to be serviced. I don't have a backup, period. Zero, nada.
What kind of
Well, let's
Janome
buy
do you have?
Mercedes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just asking what kind of Janome she had.
A 6700P.
And mine's a 6500P.
Yep, she's got the one number down from mine.
I'm
And
a Juki girl.
Juki's too loud for my ears. Sorry. I would have to wear earplugs. I don't know what's gotten into me, but I can listen to loud music for a little while because I love loud music. But if it's where I want to have just this one particular sound of whatever, I can't stand things to be loud. Like sometimes I can hear they have dump trucks here. And I told Nikolai, I said, every person in this town needs to have earplugs because when they come by you, it's this loud screeching noise they make. It's so loud, it's deafening.
Hi, CNR.
Hey, Create and Relate. Welcome, welcome. So what were you going to say about the sewing machine, Sissy?
I don't know.
About me needing another one?
Oh, yeah. So, get a Mercedes Benz, darling, for your backup. Go for it. You just do it.
Well, I'm not sure if M8's considered a Mercedes Benz, but it does have a stitch regulator on it for free motion quilting. I can't bring myself to spend money on the M17, and I'll tell you why. I probably would never ever use the embroider side of it. And why waste money on it? I can't hear you.
Yeah, well, it's because I was whispering. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
You think so? Have you seen the price of that M17?
No, I don't look at the price of anything because I'm not buying anything. But my little Janome with the little teeny tiny embroidery thing that it has, I've used those cute stitches to do the edges of my binding instead of straight stitch. And I've done Gavin's name on his little Mickey Mouse backpack. And
You've done monogramming? You need to teach me how to do the monogramming because I can't figure out how to get it straight. Because I would like to make quilt labels and the monogramming. I tried testing the monogramming on here, and I know it's something I'm not doing right. It's not the machine. I can't figure out how to get the whole line straight and it look right.
All right, we'll just you and I'll show you what I know.
Okay, that would be great.
No worries.
Because I tried doing it and I'm like, why is it crooked? And it's probably because maybe I didn't have the right kind of foot pedal on it. I mean, presser foot on it or something. It might have been that. It could have been anything. I just don't think it was the machine. I think it was the user.
No comment. CNR, I'm great. I hope you're well.
Hey there. Did someone else just come in? Yeah, we're doing good. How about yourself? You're probably thinking, oh my God, this is twice I've done this. I turned this the wrong way. How are you doing? I just use my regular machine and do free motion quilting. I haven't learned how to free motion quilt yet. I'm not ready for that. I did buy the special bobbin case that you got to use with it for the 6700. There's been a lot of talk about using the one with the blue dot on it because it has a looser something to do with it changes the tension in the
feed.
the bobbin case. And so by putting that blue one in there, it does that. Because if you just leave the one that's already in there, it will break it. The needle will go through and puncture it, apparently. And I'm like, how do you puncture a bobbin case? But apparently that's what's happened with some people with the 6700. And it happened while they were free motion quilting. And so they came out with a fix for it with this little bobbin case that's got a little blue dot on it. And it tells you to use that only for free motion quilting.
That's cool, Donna. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Donna said that the later Kenmores are made by Janome.
I didn't know that either. Wow. That's interesting.
Y'all, I'm not into name brands. That's just what Mom and Daddy had. So it is what it is.
Well, I was going to buy a Bernina. And when I walked in that shop in Denmark and I told her what I wanted, she says, she asked me, why do you want a Bernina? I said, because everybody's telling me that I should buy a Bernina to use for quilting. And she says, they haven't explained why or nothing. No, just they like the machine. And so she showed me her the Bernina. Then she showed me this machine, this 6700P. And she told me what the difference was. And the minute she told me that most of this is made of metal and not plastic, that the longevity of this machine will last way longer than one that has all plastic parts inside of it. That was what told me right there. And I ended up.
Thank you for supporting Katy.
Thank you so much.
Will you take a minute and just breathe with me? Let's breathe in. And breathe out and get rid of all that stress. Breathe in.
Breathe out.
And breathe out. And let's all do it, because you know what? It's late. And we could all use it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope you have pleasant dreams when you finally go, CNR.
City Sorette Create. I hope you have a good sleep. That's interesting about Kenmores and Genomes.
Donna, how are you?
I saw somewhere where Bernina used to have mostly metal bodies and stuff on it, but they changed it over time, apparently. Now the Juki you heard Misty mentioning about, the TL 1110 or whatever that number is on that one, they're all metal straight stitch machine, but the problem is they are so loud. Oh my goodness, they're so loud. Of course, if you're sewing 1800, what is that? 1800 stitches per minute or whatever. That would make noise. I watched Tiffany and I also watched Kimberly of Fat Quarter Shop, and with Kimberly, her machine always sounds loud. It's got that high pitched screeching noise it makes. But with Tiffany's, and Tiffany's about to go through number 2 machine, Misty, from what I gather. Wow. Because she's wearing them out by all the sewing she does. Hers seem to only get loud if it needs oiling. So I'm wondering if that's not what's going on with Kimberly's machine, the reason it's so loud.
Well, y'all, those featherweights lasted so long because you're supposed to oil them certain areas every single time you go to use it, and then ever so often. I mean, they're little oil suckers.
See,
They
I
are. I'm gonna go
when
get something to drink. I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay, go ahead, Misty.
when I got my Juki, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get the big dollar one because I didn't want to have to invest in another one later on. So I got the Juki TL 18 QVP.
Mm-hmm.
And in the instruction manual, it tells you that you oil the bobbin every time you replace the bobbin. You put a little bit of oil in there,
Oh, see, I don't think I see them doing that.
and then you oil, depending on like how often you're sewing, you have to oil in the little holes every so often as well. It's like with however many hours, sewing you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I've watched Tiffany for a while now, and I've only seen her oil one time, and I never catch Kimberly live or anything, and sometimes I can't sit through. Uh, this is going to sound bad, and I don't want anybody to take it bad because I don't mean it bad. But there are some people's voices that you can listen to, and other people's that it just sounds so nasally to you or high pitched that you cannot listen to.
Yeah, I
And
hope not one of them because there's been a couple people that's mentioned about my voice.
well, I can't.
Their comment was I sound like I'm whining all the time.
Hey,
That
Misty,
that feeling.
when my daddy was alive, I went to school later in life with 4 children, and no, yours isn't like that, Rita. And oh, hey, John. So anyway, I went to school later in life and got my bachelor's and my master's and licensed as a clinical social worker. So I'm a therapist. And my daddy said, so baby, you mean they're going to pay people to talk to you? And I said, and of course I'm putting on my dad's Alabama accent. I said, no, daddy, even better. They're going to pay me to listen.
Yeah.
So then he heard me one day. I don't know what I was doing, but I was doing something, probably taping a guided imagery for somebody. But anyway, he said, you know what? If you want me to, I'll pay for you to have one of those 900 numbers. I said,
Aw.
900 number, Dad? I don't know if any of y'all are old enough to remember what a 900 number
It used to
was,
be
but it
naughty.
wasn't a dial a prayer.
No, it wasn't.
And I said, Daddy, do you know what a 900 number is? He said, yeah, it's where they read Bible stories.
What?
I said, no, honey, it's not.
Oh,
It's really not.
oh my gosh.
Yeah. God bless my daddy.
That's just too funny. My husband likes listening to Delilah. And when we were in the States this last time, he says, do you know what channel she's on these days? I'm like, no, I'll have to figure it out. She used to be on KTK, and we checked KTK, and I couldn't figure out when she comes on. And then I finally stumbled onto her when we were sitting in the hotel room in Lake City. I'm like, hey, look, who's on the airways? And he says, are we gonna? What do you think about listening? I said, we can listen to it. I don't have a problem with it because he just thinks she sounds so cool on the phone. And she always has good advice sometimes to give, you know? 3.
Maybe I'm just used to my Juki. It's not loud to me, but also I don't have the pedal to the metal with the speed turned all the way up either.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was just because you're going full blast with the reason it was so loud. Because when I made the comment about it, I would need earplugs. They're like, it's not that loud. But when you're watching it on a live and they're speed demon with it, it is this high pitched noise. And my ears and my brain are like, you really need to turn that off.
Karen, I bought my featherweight actually to go in our motorhome. So when we travel, when we both retire and really retire, because I don't feel like I'm retired yet. But when we really retire and we can go across the nation, go into presidential libraries and state capitals, then I see myself, you know, sewing in the motorhome. I don't know if that's really going to happen, but anyway, that was my excuse to buy it.
Did you
I
check
didn't
and
really need one, but I wanted one.
Yeah, make sure you check about those dates in February, by the way. And I want to tell you something just so you know about it, because it might be something do you think you can drive to North Carolina, or is that too much for you? I'm just asking. Don't shoot the messenger here.
Darling.
I mean, some people won't drive it and you'll just hop on a plane. I want to know if you're willing to drive to North Carolina.
So that you'll have a car, access to a car?
No, it's not about that. So QuiltCon for 2026 is going to be around February the 19th. A week later is the Mid-Atlantic Quilt Show. A week behind QuiltCon. And I was thinking, why not do QuiltCon and which means going to Virginia to that one, and you would just drive from Raleigh to Virginia, because it's only a 3-hour drive to that quilting convention. And while we're there, maybe you can take me to see the Smithsonian or something.
Well, you know, you can get on the Amtrak in Raleigh and take it right up to DC. My daughter and I did that.
I don't want to do DC by myself. No.
Oh, baby, I love DC. I know where the best eating places
That's
are.
what I'm saying. I would rather do it with someone who knows the layout of the land. Me going up there by myself would probably be a bad idea. Remember, I live in
fine. But yes, I could drive. I have no problem driving.
I just didn't know if you would want to drive all the way, because
I hate to drive with a purple passion, but you know what? It is what it is.
I can help drive. Just saying, because I got to go back to Florida afterwards.
I
got to make a little swing into Georgia to see the baby and Thomas, and then stop in Lake City so you can see the other baby, because you haven't seen her. I don't think you've seen Ava, come to think of it. The last time you saw Blaze, he was 2.5 or something? And
he was just 2.
Yeah,
he was only 2.
Yeah, somewhere around there. And he turns 9 in July. And
oh my gosh, Rita. What kind of fifth wheel do you have?
Oh, y'all with these fifth wheels and stuff. Or her RV is to die for.
Have you seen my motorhome, or did you see the fifth wheel?
I saw your motorhome.
Oh, okay. Because we had a fifth wheel that I wish we had never sold.
No, I saw the fifth wheel too. Remember, me and Nikolai stayed at the house in Orlando, and you had the fifth wheel then.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
And then you switched over to the RV, and I didn't see the RV for the first time until we were here in Florida this last time.
Okay. Yeah. So Karen, when I fly, I took my featherweight to Nebraska where my sister lives, and I took it as a carry-on, and I was ready to, you know, put up dukes and have it out if they were going to give me a problem with it. But I went up to TSA and I said, look, I've got a all metal sewing machine in here. Is that going to be a problem? And they said no. I said, okay, well, I'm coming back next week to fly out. And if it is, I want your name and your badge number. And it wasn't a problem. They let me fly with it just fine.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, you could fly with the smaller machines. I've not heard anything else said that was like, no, you can't.
Rita, I'd love to see a picture of your 26-foot Bindex. I think that'd be precious.
The fifth wheel is old, and it is a 1978 and has a metal frame. It was based, 27,000 pounds. Or that's
crazy.
Yeah, that's a heavy one.
Do you pull it with a 18-wheeler? We have a dually 3500, but
Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of truck she has to use to pull that thing.
Katie, you doing a collaboration with Crafty Witch at some point?
I am. We're going to do one on, let me give the date. I think it's on my birthday that we're doing it. Because my birthday is coming up. So is Nikolai.
Way to go, Rita. That's what we have, a Dodge Ram 3500 dually. Yeah, awesome.
No, I'm doing Andy the night before, and someone was, uh-oh, I didn't write who it was. Oh, this is bad. Someone was going to come sew with me on my birthday, but now I don't remember who it was. Oops. Someone said they would come sew with me on the 26th. So the 25th is me and Andy. Andy's of Crafty Witch, so that's our collab. And you're going to get to see some of these. And you're going to be like, what's that, Sophie? Guess you'll have to come and watch and see. You're going to have to come and see.
Hey, you know, they're doing the shop hop now, but this year instead of little squares for Florida, they're doing cards, block cards or something. I don't know. I haven't bought my
Yeah,
thing
I
yet.
think I heard something about that. What in the heck?
Well, I'm gonna get mine when I go home. I'll get it either Saturday or Monday, and then Quilted Twins. If any of y'all have never heard of Quilted Twins, it's a little bitty mom pop place. Actually, it's kind of big in Dade City, Florida,
They
near
have a
where I
lot of
live.
fabric.
What?
I was gonna say they're not tiny.
Well, yeah, they have like, I don't know, thousands and thousands of bolts of fabric. But anyway, they're real precious people. One of the twins is a missionary to Poland, and we sent a lot of quilts and other stuff to Ukraine when the war first started that first winter, and we did it again the second winter, and it's pretty awesome. But anyway, her son may be getting together for shop hop Florida trips, Jacksonville to the villages to Jacksonville, and then Dade City to Sarasota, Sarasota to Dade
Oh,
City.
that sounds like fun.
And I volunteered to be a host for one of them. And if they pick me, then I get to go for free, but I have to check everybody in and, you know, be the mother hen, which is not hard for me. Yeah.
I wish
And
I could shop this year, but you know, I'm over here and you're over there.
so I wasn't going to do it this year, but I think I'm going to. So anyway,
You should have already
going to.
started, right?
It started, but I haven't. But
Well,
it
then
has.
I guess you better get off your duff and get started.
Yeah, but remember, once I get home with Mr. Wonderful, he's still working, so my time is my time. If I want to get on the road. Oh, did I tell you I
But
rode
why don't you do the northwest area before you leave? Because remember, we didn't do that because that meant going to Panama City and
I did it. I did Panama City, Pensacola, Mariana. Yeah, hello, it's my home.
I know, but me and Nikolai ran out of time, remember? So we didn't make it over there. So if you're
You
already
didn't.
over there, why not do it now?
Because I'm going home tomorrow.
So you won't have time to even mess with it. Okay, gotcha.
No, I'm going home. Baby, I gotta go home.
I understand. Yep.
I love my mother and I praise God every day she's still here, but y'all, I gotta go
You need
home.
a break. You need to sleep in your own bed and snuggle with your honey.
Yeah.
If he's into snuggling. I love you.
I love you too, babe. Create and relate. Would you mind giving a real name? Because it's just driving me crazy going CNR.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to ask
Or
him
any
or
name
her
you'd
for a
like to be
name.
called. Now's the time to just, pull it out of the hat.
Yeah, what's your first name? You don't have to give us a given.
A real one.
Yeah, just give us your first name. That's all we care.
No, any name. It doesn't have to be your real one.
No, it doesn't actually.
What?
You sound as organized as me.
So when you guys did the shop top, or when you did it, Myra, did you go to Martelli?
Did I go where?
in Florida?
Martelli in Pensacola?
Oh, I forgot about him being in Florida. Oh,
Martelli? No, I don't know what you're
yeah.
talking about.
Do you see this, Myra? This is a Martelli cutting mat. And it also comes with, I don't know exactly. Oh, I know where it's at. Let me go get the rest of it. They are a quilt shop, but they also design furniture and stuff. And they make it.
I don't believe they participated last year in the shop hop. They might be doing it this year.
Yeah, I don't know if they participated. I didn't, when I was looking at that northwest part of it, I didn't even notice whether they were. So this is
Rita, you're too funny.
This is like a little ironing board. The only thing I don't like about it is when you look at underneath the cover, it's this very thin layer of batting. So when you're heating up this board, heating up your item, you can smell this wood. So I don't like that part of it. So I'm going to modify mine so I can't smell it. But the cutting board, on the other hand, is on a Lazy Susan. Okay.
Nice.
So when you set it on here, you can turn, like when you're cutting a block that needs to be cut in 2 different directions, but you don't want to move the block, you just turn the wheel.
Nice.
So
And
that's
I have a fold up little ironing board that's like maybe 2.5, 3 feet long. It's a little teeny tiny. It's got little cute little legs that fold up under, and I just love it.
Like that. But I don't use the ironing one because I can smell the wood when it's heated up, and it bothers me.
Yeah, that's yucky.
It triggers my asthma of all things. So I am going to figure out how to modify it.
I'll have to ask them if they had done a change on it, because I believe you can get an additional piece to go on your ironing one.
Yeah, I hope so, because this one triggers my asthma big time.
Hey, John, what's Tiffany's Quilting Life?
That's a quilting channel that I'm a member of, not a member, but a subscriber of. And that woman can sew like there's no tomorrow. And she designs on the fly a lot of times. So it's called Tiffany's Quilting Life. So it's worth watching. She goes live on Sundays. I can't remember the time, but I'll look it up for you because she's on Mountain Time.
I'll look it up, babe. No worries.
But she also does an unboxing live, and then she does what's the name of that box opening she does? Someone help me that watches that. The
Open Gate.
Golden Gate or Garden Gate or something.
Open Gate.
Open Gate. Got it. So she takes this subscription box, sissy. She does the video of what's in the box. Then she sews all the projects in the box, and it's all in this one video of her doing that. It's pretty darn amazing how and then a lot of times some of the projects that she's done, every so often she has like this auction during one of her lives, and she puts quite a bit of things on auction because she sews so much she could not keep everything she sews. So she puts it up for sale, and people bid on it, and whoever the highest bidder is gets whatever it is they're bidding on.
Cool. Thanks, John.
And, yeah.
That's awesome.
5 p.m. John says 5 p.m. Mountain Time. Yeah. I knew it was somewhere around there because it makes it, well, right now it would be 6, 7, 8 p.m. my time.
It's math, sis. It's math.
Well, the reason is because the reason I had the little catastrophe earlier today, you saw, Kathy was still on the 3-hour Eastern Standard Time, my muscle memory crap. So the live, I thought the live didn't start till 6 or 7:30, but it was starting at 6:30.
I'm so glad you're in a better mood, my love.
I was in a better mood. Yeah, I'm in a way better mood tonight or now than I was earlier today. Earlier today,
Let's
I
not
was,
go there. Let's just keep
I
it
was,
going.
yeah, I was feisty. That's all I'm going to say about it. Because if I get started, the anger
We're
demon
not
comes
going
right back out
there.
again. Yep. I don't want it coming back out tonight. No, thank you. Okay. Number 8. And we're going to do the 3.5 inch. It should be.
Well, I just lost my thing, y'all.
What did you lose? Did the
Daddy's
desktop go into
monitor went
sleep?
black. Hang on.
It went into sleep mode. Hit the enter button, see if it'll come back up.
Enter?
Yeah, just hit the enter button on the keyboard and see if it'll wake it back up. Probably because you haven't been typing anything in the chat, so it's like, oh, I'm going to go to sleep.
Okay, there it is. Thank you.
Yeah, so whenever it does that, just hit the enter button and it should wake back up. It's an energy saving thing that Windows has, and your dad probably left it on there that way. But it annoys Nikolai when it happens because he pause a game and come in here to help me do something, and then when he comes back, his game has been knocked off because the computer went to sleep. And I'm like, why don't you just turn the energy stuff off? I can't remember how to do that. I'm like, now that my laptop died, I'm gonna have to get on that and mess around, so I might as well turn it off while I'm on it. My good laptop died yesterday. So now I'm down to a laptop without a screen, which is the one you see me on. So I have 2 laptops. This one has no video on the screen because something happened to it. But that one that I was using that I bring in and out of here sometimes, and I use it in the bedroom to set up my Zooms and stuff because I'm sitting there watching TV at the same time or a live stream. It died yesterday. And when I told Nikolai about it, because his died, he never got to use his because we bought the same machine, 2 of them. His didn't never work. And mine died yesterday when I told him. He's like, wow, so it really is a dud. I'm like, it is. So I'm gonna have to get the hard drives out and see what kind of, because it's an SSD hard drive in that one, I think. Well, getting here late here, I'm gonna leave now. Take care. See you later, Donna, and thank you so much for coming. I know this is not a usual kind of live, but we got to talk and laugh a little bit. Katy, you can always put an external. Yeah, I have an external on this laptop. That's why it doesn't look like I'm looking at the camera because the laptop's down here. I'm pointing down. The monitor is up here. Because that was the only way I could, because there's nothing wrong with this little laptop other than the video going to the screen is dead.
Well, I think you look wonderful on your monitor.
Thank you.
Welcome. Of course, I'm partial.
I know yours because you're my sissy.
Got that right.
Do you see what my hair is doing?
I wasn't going to say a word.
On the front? But look at the back.
You know what I want to do with the back, don't you?
You're not coloring. But if you're thinking about putting more gray in my hair, you can forget it.
No, I want to braid it.
Oh, I know. I have it down tonight. I usually have it braided. But because how we started, I had to hurry up and do something. So I took all my braids out because I would need to rebraid, and I didn't have time to rebraid because I've been keeping them in 2 braids. So that's why my hair's all.
Seen those little pop things on Facebook? You roll your hair up and you pop it. Have you seen that advertisement? Don't buy them on Facebook. Go to Bell's Outlet. You can get them for $4.99 or $5.99. and they work. They are so cool. So anyway, yeah,
Cool.
whatever.
Yeah.
I can do it. And if I can do it for my own self, anybody can do it. So
Okay.
yeah, they're so cool. Of course,
I'll have to
and you
try them
sleep on
out.
them and they're rubber and they're soft. And I don't get a kickback. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
I want to dye
John,
my
you know,
hair
you're
purple.
welcome to use them too.
Yep. I want to be a rebel and dye my hair purple.
Do it.
Do you
Hey,
know
I don't work for the feds. I can do it.
Do you know I've never done that? Be a rebel and do something weird to my hair. I try to
Neither
go.
have I.
Trying to go blonde doesn't make you being a rebel. So I don't count that trying to go blonde because all that did was turn me strawberry blonde.
Hey, Rita, doesn't it get hot in Arizona?
Yep, it does. Especially
Your hair?
Rita says she dislikes braids and do not like my hair up all the time. I figured this way, if I'm going to keep it up, then I might as well cut it off. The only reason I keep my hair up is because I get hot easy these days, and so there's sweat on the back of my neck.
Thank you for sharing.
That's the truth. Did you notice that half my hair is missing though?
Yes, you have cut quite a bit off.
Guess who cut it for me?
Well, Nico did, of course.
Yes, he did. Because I'm like, will you please cut my hair?
So one of my very dear friends is the LGBTQ program coordinator for the Orlando VA Medical Center. And she does, and she's straight, but she's an ally, as am I. And so she does her hair occasionally all rainbow colors, and she only can get away with it working for the VA because she is the LGBTQ program manager. Nobody else is allowed to do blue and purple and whatever, but she gets away with it.
You mean to tell me that if you went to work with blue hair, they would say something about it?
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yes. When you work for the federal government, when you work for the VA, and when you work with the Office of the Inspector General, oh, yes, they can say a lot about how you look. Oh, yes.
Blue hair have to do with working a government job? Please tell me the answer to that.
So for me, working for the OIG back in the day, I represent the Inspector General for the VA that reports to the President of the United States. So yeah, they take it real seriously how you dress.
Since you said that, let me ask the question. Does that stop you from getting your job done? Having blue hair, does it stop you from doing any of your job?
Baby, you're talking to the
I know, I'm talking to the wrong person. I know.
You know how I feel.
I know, I'm just pointing out, you know, these people who have all these dumb rules, how does it affect doing your job?
Oh, Rita, I want hair tinsel so bad.
I don't know what hair tinsel is.
Oh, it's you know tinsel on a Christmas tree?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like that braided into your hair. It's so pretty, but it's very, very thin, and you flip your head and people go, "Ooh, did I see a flash of something or did I not?"
Oh, it's got something. Okay, gotcha.
But Rita, I have that naturally, actually. I have tinsel naturally. I have streaks of silver white that my hairdresser said people pay for, and God gave it to me.
It's like when I had my hair cut in Denmark back in when we were in Fano. So that would have been 2019, I think. Something like it was. I think it was either before the pandemic or right after. I can't remember. I went to get my hair cut, and I wanted her to color. I wanted her to because I had this funny gray going on here. I wanted her to like streaks, do like bleach some of my hair up here in like little tiny streaks up here. And she said she could do it. She didn't know whether it would stay the color because of the fact that I have red tint in my hair. That's natural to my hair color, but she would try. But when she took my hair out of the braid, she's like, oh my God, because my hair was really long anyway. And I said, is there something wrong? She says, I have never seen hair on a woman your age that is as pristine as this is. Because there was no, and there's no split ends here now. There was no dry hair, no split ends. It was soft. It's just straight as a board. But she couldn't get over how soft it was. And she says, do you do anything to make it soft like this? No. It's always been this way. That's why it's difficult to keep curls in it. Because when it gets wet, it soaks in the moisture. And she says, you are a lucky woman because no one can brag about this hair at your age. Hey, Steph, welcome back. I didn't know whether you were still here or not. I lost like 5 members, paid members this week. I think they might have been part of the member crew that Becca came in and paid for, because she came in and bought like, I don't know, 5 or 10 memberships a while ago, and I think their month ran out. Trying to raise money so I can I need hardware, Sissy. I need a apparatus that I can take my camera, put it where it faces down here so people can see the whole sewing table here. But those little apparatuses are expensive. And then finding someone to ship it and everything. A salon would charge me close to what? $800 US to do what I do myself. I said, nope. Same with designs on my nails. Would cost me $200 to do it. I just do it myself. $800? Wow. How you doing, Steph? I need to catch up on a couple of your lives too. I've been messing with one of your playlists, by the way, one of your really long ones. So I'm still going through your playlist trying to put watch hours on it. So you've probably seen where I've commented on some of them, but not all of them. But I have liked every one of them I've watched so far. So I comment like every 3rd video. They didn't want to swamp your community tab with my comments. I know that getting a perm in my hair, as long as like this, would cost a couple $100. And if it was longer than that, it would be even worse. I don't know why they charge so much extra for long hair, but they do. They consider hair right here to shoulders long. Are you getting tired, Sissy?
I am actually.
Because you're getting quiet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, number 11. I'm almost finished with this 4th block, though.
I don't know if it's tired or if it's the Coke and
Oh, were you drinking something with that Coke?
limoncello.
I don't know what that is.
It's a liqueur and it's lemon flavored, and yeah, it goes great with Diet Coke.
Uh-oh, gotta make sure I don't put this on the wrong side. So this is number...
Limoncello makes me mellow.
Does it taste real lemony?
Yeah, oh, you bet. And I use limoncello in my lemon drops. Most people don't, but I do.
Well, I discovered I had one more container of raspberry tea up in my cabinet. And you know what tastes good in raspberry tea? Absolute.
I love Absolute.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we have 3 unopened bottles. It's been sitting in there for 6 or 7 years now.
Well, we'll open them when I come.
Well, you better hurry up and come, woman, so we can have a party.
Well, can't do it while Mom is still here, but
I know. There's that. I'm aiming to be back on Sunday, says Steph. How do you get a membership? Where are you? I'm assuming are you still in Florida, Karen? Because if you're in Florida, if you look down at the bottom of, well, I don't know if you're on your phone or what you're on, but at the bottom of the chat, there is like this happy face that shows emotes. And then next to that is a plus sign. And when you hit the plus sign, no, that's not it. Hang on. I have my VPN off. Yeah, oops. Hang on. You should see like a dollar sign. I think. Let me turn my my VPN on so I can see what exactly the icon is, unless someone else can see it. Hold on. I might have to share the screen so you can see it. Because I know it's different on some people's, like on your phone. If you're on the phone, I think you have to reduce the yeah, there's a subscribe. Hang on, I'm going to refresh this screen. I hope. Maybe. Nope. Hang on.
If you go out of the chat and just go to the screen where you can like normally leave a comment next to the subscribe button, it should say join. Click that and it will give you the membership.
Yeah, that's right. You can find the membership there if you click on join. On the live, you'll see a dollar sign in below the chat. On the phone, what do you see, Misty? Do you see the dollar sign there or no?
Yes, if I'm in the chat, there's a dollar sign next to the where your chat bar is.
Yeah.
But the only thing it says there, and you might be able to buy your own membership that way, but it just says
oh, this is by other people's membership. Gotcha. So you actually technically have to hit the join button. Okay, gotcha. You're right. He clicks subscribe. She clicks subscribe, but there's also a join button there, and if you click join, you can become a paid member if you want to be. But I'm not twisting no one's arm for that.
Yeah, it should be right
on that one. And I need to get that Zoom set up for the paid members. I haven't done that yet. I think we're going to have it in another, not this coming Sunday. Can't have it this Sunday. We're going to have it next Sunday.
Steph, I hope you feel better soon, and dealing with adult kid stuff sucks, but yeah, I understand that one for sure.
I hope you get to feeling better too, sweetie. I found another channel. It's called the Tampa Something Homestead. They are hilarious. They're women of color, and you can tell
Which
they're
color?
from African Americans.
How do you know their ancestors are from Africa?
I don't know that, but they sound like that. Well, I was about to teach that, and you didn't finish.
Hold on, girl. I need to interrupt you for just Karen. Leave the chat area. Go back to where you just see the main page, and you can view other videos. And you can like hit the thumbs up. It's normally where you would leave a comment. Next to the area where you hit the bell, that normally says subscribed if you're not subscribed to the channel. It will have join next to that. And that's where you would click to join as a paid member. You don't have a join button? Huh. Then I'm sorry. I'm not sure. I'm not that good at it. I just know where that join button is.
Are you on an iPhone by any chance, Karen? Because if she's on an iPhone, it's located somewhere else, but I can't remember where it's located. I thought I saw where they said you had to reduce the chat. I don't remember now. Yes, I don't have. Yeah. I need to know if you're on an iPhone or not. Because if you're on an iPhone, I need to find someone who has one to help. We need someone to make a video about that because the iPhone is different. And to answer Rita's question, the reason I do not have a private channel on Discord is because Discord is not user friendly. And I have zero patience for something that makes me struggle to work through it. So that's why I don't have one. So that's why Sean has a special spot set up for me for people to share pictures in his, or you can share pictures in Sherry's because she set one up. Her husband helped her set up her Discord. I can't, no.
What does that mean, Discord?
It's a platform. And the platform.
It's a what?
It's a platform. You know, like you have YouTube is a platform, Instagram is a platform, Pinterest is a platform, Facebook is one. There's one called Discord, and inside of the Discord, I think it started out being geared more toward gamers to begin with, but you can set up channels in there too, and different things in there, but it's not user friendly for me. It's too complicated. That's the reason there's something else that used to be online that I just found too intense. It's just not friendly. You can't hardly navigate around it. I want to be able to click.
Discord is such a negative connotation. I wouldn't want to be a part of that anyway.
I mean, I go to Sean's Discord every so often because I know how to get to his, and I know how to get to 2 or 3 other ones. But to set up my own stuff, no. She's on iPhone. That's what the problem is. Steph, do you know anything about that? Yeah, the join isn't on my iPhone either. Let me look it up. Let me Google it. Let's see what we get for an answer. Why can't I find the join button on an iPhone? Hold on. Let's go see what Google has to say about that. When all else fails, Google it. Hang on. I'm going to go look it up. Myra, will you keep an eye on the channel for me?
You bet.
Please. What?
Did Nico leave without saying goodbye?
Some do, yeah. Pretty normal.
Y'all, he is truly just the sweetest thing. Seriously.
Who is?
Your husband?
Oh, did he leave? Oh, that's who you meant. I don't know if he left or not. I'll check and see in a minute. It says the join button and the ability to purchase memberships on iOS devices is still being rolled out to more channels, so it might not be available for all channels yet. I don't know when this was dated because it doesn't have a date. Let me see what else. That's on Reddit. I don't even bother with Reddit. Channel membership. Okay. Show your support, blah, blah, blah. Channel membership. Why doesn't my favorite channel offer memberships? I can't find the join button. What do I do? If you can't find the join button, it is likely to be one of the following reasons. The channel hasn't enabled channel membership. That's not me. The join button currently does not appear on most enabled channels on iOS inside the YouTube app. You try joining from another non-iOS device or open the channel. That's how you get around it. On your iPhone, do you have a browser? You can go to the browser, log onto your YouTube account through the browser, then you should be able to find the join button that way. That's how to get around that. No, I'm not muted. Could you hear me? Oh, Rita says, no, it's just me. Okay. Wait, Rita found it. She said, okay, found it. On the phone, the bottom right corner there is a square with a $sign in it. It is on the bottom right bottom with a $sign in it. Try that, Karen.
Rita, are you on an iPhone? Because maybe, I don't know, mine doesn't have it where you can buy a membership that way, or maybe I don't have that option because I have a membership. That could be it.
Yeah, you do, don't you, on mine?
Hmm.
Yeah, you're a member right now, so that might be why you don't see it.
It could be. And she might be
But
able to.
but now if she still can't find it, she can log onto her browser and get to YouTube that way. Hubby is not me. Ooh. Thanks, Karen. Congratulations. You are now a member of the Greenland Quilter. I'm going to make some new emojis this week. I watched a Jody of the Marketplace boutique, and she did a tutorial on how to make the little emojis using the dang it, the name of the program I used to make my thumbnails in, which is Canvas. So she went to Canva and showed us how to do little emojis, because I want to add emojis for the members. So, see, because right now all you see for their little, they get a green star, and then there's a blue star, and I forget what the other colors are, but the longer you're a member, the more the stars go up to a different color. But I want to make little emojis so that when they, like a polar bear, maybe a sewing machine, a sewing needle, cute little funny things to use as those little emojis. Something capture your eyeballs, Myra?
When you said polar bear.
That bring back me. Oh, thank you so much, Steph. I appreciate that.
Okay, my chat must be frozen because I don't see, since it says, since Steph told Karen to click the join button. What's going on?
There will be a little bit of a lag between our
I know, but this is a lot.
refresh the screen and see. You just hit refresh.
So Big Family Expedition, hello, hello. Lori, hello, hello.
What the heck? We're not offline. I hope not. What time? Oh, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I hope not. Let me go check my live stream. Oh my goodness. I must be crazy tonight. Hang on, I'm checking to make sure everything's okay. He's showing them live.
Sometimes it feels like
hang on. I gotta kill the noise.
Luckily, when your schedule gets hectic, Rover's got you covered.
Woo woo, Karen.
You might need to maybe the screen just is a little frozen. Can you refresh it? I don't know if you can just refresh the chat or not. Let me see. You might have to refresh the browser itself. Actually, you can reload the chat, because all you go up to the top of the chat right above at the very top and then reload, then set it, and then remember to pull that arrow down and set live chat, because it might be sitting on top chat, and if it's sitting on top chat, that's why it's slower. So click on the live chat part of it. It's on the left top of that chat screen. Okay, gotcha. All right, because that might have been what it was. I forgot to make sure that check and see if you had done that. Because a lot of times when I pop out my chat screen, I may have already had it set to live to keep up with the video. But when I pop it out, sometimes it resets it to top chat. I don't know why. And then if I'm not paying attention, I won't notice it. And then I'm like, nobody's talking. But what it is everybody's talking, but the chat screen's still behind. And I had to click the live to make it catch up. Okay, We have 3 more pieces to add. Wait, 1, 2, yeah, 3 more pieces in this last block for this particular one. We'll be done. Woo!
Whoop, whoop.
Woohoo! That means I can start a new one. Or start the next set of blocks. The next set of blocks is, or one set of these blocks is going to be courthouse stairs. And the courthouse stairs are pretty interesting to make because they're similar to this log cabin.
I've never done the rail fence, never done a log cabin or courthouse square.
The very first one that I've got hanging up here on the left, the very top one of the log cabin, that's the first time I'd done a log cabin. And down here where you see the courthouse stairs, that was the first time I'd done them. I'd never done them until now. But I'm doing 2 different patterns right now, and one of them's calling for all courthouse stairs, but the Tula Pink one's doing a combination of courthouse stairs, log cabin, the economy block, and a square and a square. So it's gonna be fun. I think Abby's gonna love this quilt when I finish it, though. She doesn't know about it. I told Kristen, don't be telling her. I want it to be a surprise.
She'll love it.
Yep. And I think I'm going to send the quilt top to Sherry for quilting. When I have it finished, I'll send it to her. And then all that'll be, I'm kind of like, I don't know what to do about this situation because I'm sending it overseas, you know, to the US from here to have it quilted. And if I was smart, I would say, go ahead and put the binding on it there and then send it to California. But I kind of want to see the quilting myself, you know, and take really great pictures of it. So there's that too. So what do I do, you know?
Yeah, that's a tough one because shipping can be rather expensive.
It won't be too bad for me to send it out. What's going to be costly is sending it back to me. Sending it out's not that pricey. Greenland's not greedy. They might become greedy for all I know. You never know. But I noticed the shipping out is much cheaper. Weird that it's so cheap, but it is. Honey. Nikolai's back. How's it going, babe? Well, ladies, I managed to get 348 stitches in my cross stitch. Time for bed. Been fun. See you around YouTube night. Thank you, Lori, for hanging out with me as long as you have. I appreciate it. My husband's probably going to say, are you going to... My husband's probably going to say, are you going to bed anytime soon? I went across there again like that, and I wasn't supposed to do that. Darn it. Thank you for coming again, Lori. I appreciate it. Sissy, have you started any new projects at all? I know you've been taking care of your mom this month, but is there anything that's caught your eye that you want to make or that you've already started?
So someone put the same sensor, so I have to haul again. Bless your heart. So I have a niece or nephew coming in May, and I bought a really cute panel, and I'm making what I call a floor quilt. It's you know, that they could throw on the floor for the baby to lay on. So that takes all the stress off of me when I think it's just for the floor. So it takes the stress off.
You don't have to be fancy with it, is what you're saying?
Yeah, but the one I did for the big sister, Philippa's, I didn't really quilt. I hand embroidered around the giraffes and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And that kind of quilted it, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know what I'm doing with this one, so I don't know. I bought it and I'm looking at it, so I don't know.
Hey, in the town that you live in, I forgot to ask you about this when we were there. Is there any antique stores there? And also, is there any thrift shop where we could find like used quilts and stuff for cheap?
Where I live, we have 8,000 people, sweetheart, and no, there's no antique stores. However, you know, all around me, I know where they are, and I can
Ask
take
you that
you.
before. And
I
kinda
can take
forgot.
you. And as far as are there any quilt tops? I've always wanted to do a wedding ring and never ever attempted. Y'all, I'm a quilter by heart and thought. I think about it a lot, and you know, not so much on the doing. So anyway, I bought this this precious quilt, wedding ring quilt that needed some TLC because I really like to I like to hand sew. I really do. So I'm gonna give it some TLC and mend it, and then I think it'll be pretty awesome. So
Okay, that's
yeah,
cool.
but I won't pay a lot for any of those.
Well,
So
yeah, that's why I mentioned thrift store because if you're gonna find them for a decent price, that's the place to go. Sometimes you'll
yeah.
find bags of blocks that never got put together.
I found a quilt top that had not been quilted at a we have a Pioneer Village. Do you remember seeing the Pioneer Village on the way to Quilted Twins? It was okay.
Yeah.
So they have various events every year, and I went to one and it had a quilting thing. And so a quilt show, very small quilt show, a quilt guild, local quilt guild that I'm not familiar with. Anyway, and they had a bunch of fabric, and I saw this real pretty pink, and it looked like just a few blocks that were put together, but it ended up being an absolute full quilt top. And I think I paid $7 for it. And when I paid for it, the woman that was, you know, working the booth,
Yeah.
she took it out and saw what it was, and she said, "How did this get in there?" And she was very, very unhappy. And I just smiled and said, "Thank you so much."
Oh,
Yeah, that was one of my best finds.
I know a lot of there. I've seen where Tiffany's had some best finds that someone has sent to her, and I forget there was someone recently that showed where they got some stuff from a thrift store, and I'm like, why didn't I ever think about that when I was in the States last time? But I was too busy shop hopping.
Y'all, I bought a whole slew of yo-yos. I'm not real sure what I'm going to do with them, but they're already made. It's a whole bunch of them, and they're just the cutest little things. I don't have a clue what to do with them, but
There
I
should
own
be
them.
something. Wait a minute, something's wrong. Oh, that
They're not put together. They're just little round, you know what I'm talking about. But they're already made, and that's the big thing. That's so time consuming.
Ladies, I'm going to call it a night.
okay. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate it.
I am glad to have been here. Happy to join anytime I can.
Okay. Yeah, you're more than
Misty,
welcome
it
to.
was great to be with you.
You too.
Nico, bye, darling. Have a good night. And Lucy, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hey, Tiffany showed a bunch of stuff she got from a thrift store. Yeah, I thought it was her. Hey, Lucy, welcome, welcome. Gotta go. Have fun. I'll see you later, my love.
When's your next live, Katy?
Tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon, your time. It'll start at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, which will be 6:30 my time, and I got to remember that.
Well, then I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, see you then.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye. You know what? I just sewed something on the wrong side. and I have to take it off because I can't finish it with it being in the way. So I have found a mistake, but at least it's right at the end I made the mistake. But John, you are right. I need to get one of those tracing wheels so that I can mark that instead, because I'm having difficulty seeing these lines I made. Because I used a pencil, because I want to show y'all something. Since I'm thinking about it. I want you to see this. And the reason I've thrown them out is because this is going to be a good teaching moment. And when I do I'm going to be doing videos about Notion. Make sure I have all of them. When I first started out in this, and you get sampler boxes, and you get other kind of subscription boxes, and then sometimes they have these really cool sales where you can get a good deal on these pins. These are all friction pins. All of them.
Friction?
Yeah, you can mark on fabric with them. And then you put heat to them, it's supposed to disappear. Well, here is the problem. I don't mark fabric a lot, except when I need to. So I have all these pins. So I only use them every now and then. And when I tried to use these the other day, and I had them pointed the right direction like people do when you have pens and stuff, to make sure that the ink stays down and doesn't dry out, none of these pens work. Why don't they work? Because the ink dried up in them. Every darn one of them. So I have, that's 2, 4, 6, there's 9 pins here that probably cost $5 a piece that don't work.
So try putting water in one, try putting alcohol in another, and see if that brings them back to life.
You try that. I don't know if I can do that with these or not.
No, the other end, baby.
No, look, this is like a felt top.
Right, I got you. But the other end should open.
But these other ones you're talking about, yeah, I should be able to do that on these. Yeah, I'll try that out because it really annoys me that this happened. So it makes me not, and technically this particular brand of friction was made by a pen company, and they weren't never really meant for me. See, it's got ink in it. See the ink? Doesn't work. Was not technically made for fabric to begin with. But they shouldn't have stopped working just because I'm not using them on a regular basis. Rita says they don't disappear. Katy, put them in the freezer. What will that do? But you can see my dilemma, right? The only reason they're sitting in there is so I'm going to do some Notion videos, and we're going to have a discussion about that right there. If you're not going to use them every time you sew or something, you're wasting your money, because a lot of mine came in subscription boxes, and I didn't know that you needed to use them on a regular basis to make them stay working. I only used them when I needed them because they're expensive. Why waste them on paper? You know what I mean? Now I know. Put them in the freezer. Then when you take them out, they should work. That is what I had to do to mine. Okay, I'll try doing that too. We'll see what happens with the 3-way experiment here.
Otherwise, do the freezer first.
Okay, yep. Let's try. I'll try that. I'll go stick them all in the freezer and see what happens. But it annoyed the tar out of me that that's happened because they're not cheap. When I looked at the price of them inside of the office supply store, they're way cheaper than they are in the quilt stores. But most people don't know that you can go in the office supply and buy that same pin there. After you freeze them, it freezes the ink, and then when you take it out, let it come to room temperature, and it reactivates the. Wow, I did not know that. Thank you for that, because I was really frustrated when I discovered none of them worked. So that's why you see me using a lead pencil. That doesn't die. You learn a lot when you become a new quilter. You know that? Okay. When I finish this block, maybe, I don't know, what do you want? Do you want me to keep sewing, or y'all want to get off of here? How much longer do you want to stay awake, Myra? Or are you ready to go to
I'm with
bed?
you, babe. I only have to drive 7 hours home tomorrow, 6 hours home.
When were you planning on leaving?
When that caregiver comes at 10.
Okay, so you at least can sleep until like 8 o'clock or something then, huh? Well, I don't know. What time does your mother get up?
Which time?
Oh, so she gets up multiple times. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah. But it's worth it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, so many people my age don't have their moms, and it's such a blessing. I mean, it's the hardest thing I've ever done, but it's also wonderful to get this time with her that I never would have had. I don't like the role reversal, you know, but I'm grateful for this time to just really be with her.
So if my mom was still living, she would be. I had to think about what year. I know what year she. No, she died in 2007. So, and she was 66. So she was born in 1941, I think. Let me do the math again.
Well, she'd only be in her 80s, babe.
Yeah, but just think. My dad died at 56. My mother died at 66. And so I made a comment recently that if I can make that 66 milestone, then I will stop worrying about my own lifespan. Because when I bypassed my dad, it made me happy. Because, you know, one thing is because when I, you know, every year that you would get your blood work done and all that, and they check for heart disease and stuff, and every year that rolled on by, no heart disease, and still no heart disease at 62. And with my mother, that was a fluke with my mom. I mean, brain cancer didn't run in my family. And the type of cancer she had was built by the brain, not by somewhere else in the body. And it's a very long name. It starts. They called it GBY for short. And you know, it. We didn't know she even had. She didn't even know she had it until she had a car accident. And the reason she got T-boned by a car because she pulled out in front of the car that she didn't see because she didn't know she had lost the peripheral vision in the only working eye she had. And you know, you remember that happened right after Hardy died. I was just getting a relationship back with her, or we were trying anyway, and then that happened. And the kids,
Rita,
you know.
I'm sorry that that's happened to you, unless it's okay for you now. And Steph, that's just so hard. I cannot even imagine losing my parents so young. My dad didn't die until he was 86, and my mom's 91. So
Rita, I know
yeah.
about being estranged from your parents. I was. And we were just trying to work on our relationship because for whatever reason, I don't know, maybe the loss of my husband triggered her to realize that, you know, I really should get back with my daughter and talk to my daughter and treat her respectfully and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, then she went and died. And so that's why when you talk about your dad a lot, I'm like, Your dad must have been the most good man on the planet. Because I can hear it in your voice about how special he is.
Well, I'm sitting here looking at a 60-year certificate for the Masonic Lodge and a 50-year certificate for the Shriners. Not that that makes him a great man, but he gave back a lot. He you know, and I never knew until my senior year that my sister and I didn't have the same bio father, because my dad never ever treated us differently.
That's cool. And I'm gonna make sure that I meet my cousin the next time I come the United States, the one I didn't know I had. Because of a DNA test, I found out I had one. I think it's so comical that my grandpa fathered a daughter that no one knew about. I don't know that he knew about it because when I asked her about it, she says, you know, my mom never talked about him to me. So she doesn't she's as in the dark about it as I am about it. Because there was no discussion on, you know, the reason I did the DNA is because she was trying to find her paternal grandfather, and she didn't know which Oglesby it was, because there's a big family of Oglesbys from that same family, and so she wasn't sure which one it was, because most of them at some point lived in Douglas, Georgia, or lived in Scriven County, and so that was why she was trying to find someone to say yes to, and people kept turning her, the Oglesby people kept turning her away, and I'm like, what's the darn big deal, man? And so when they approached me, I'm like, how did you find me? Was my first question. And they told me through Ancestry, and I said, and she hadn't found anyone else to do it with, because I was curious. She says, and he told me, he says, every person that we have approached for a DNA, they have flat out said no. I'm like, okay. So I said, sure, why not? What the hell? What's to lose? I gained a cousin out of it.
Well, I have a DNA person that from the amount of DNA, they say she's either my half sister or my niece.
Oh, wow. Have you ever tried to reach out to her?
Oh yeah, neither one of us can figure it out. She's like the age of my oldest daughter.
That's sweet.
So no, it's not sweet. So that means, and it's on my paternal side, my daddy's side. So that means, you know, but my dad couldn't have fathered somebody. And
Could
I'm
he have
thinking,
talked to somebody before he got married?
this person is my daughter's age.
Oh, so she's younger.
Yeah, she's like 20 years younger than me. So she's in her 40s. And so, you know, I think, well, my dad only had one male nephew, and he never had children to my knowledge, but maybe she's my cousin Van's, but he's been dead for years, at least 10 years.
So there's no way
So,
of getting a DNA for someone that's much closer to than your dad to verify exactly who the father is then.
so I don't know, but yeah, it's a mystery, but boy, I would love to get to the bottom of it.
You might not ever find out. I mean, I often wondered why my dad had such a volatile relationship with his sister. And it could be maybe he found out about the affair between him and his brother that his dad had. And because she was a girl, he had resentment. I mean, I could speculate all I want to, but I will never know the answer to that. Whether he knew or not, whether any of them knew, because all of them are dead, every one of them.
Rita, your daddy was just a tomcat, precious.
My dad, well, I never knew him until I was 16, and then Never seen him until age 5 until 16, and then spent time after the service with Dad for a few years. Then last time saw him was 15 years before he passed. And then she says, that is how I located a half brother from my dad. He well did something while he was married to my birth mom. Then same thing with my half sister. My dad was on like the night activities, haha. Yeah.
Why I called him a tomcat.
You never know. Some men just don't know how to keep their zippers up. I know, I was married to one. Wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't have a kid out there somewhere. But the only way to find that out is for one of my kids to do a DNA. I would like Thomas to do a DNA so we can get all the Japanese end of their DNA into the ancestry page.
Oh, Rita, I'm so sorry. But I gotta tell you, your half brother, it wasn't only that. It wasn't only that. Lied to by his mom. It wasn't just that. I'm sure that turned the key, but it wasn't just that. He had issues before that.
Rita, are you going to be at the live Sunday for our mental health live? Because we're going to be kind of touching us on this subject. Because we're going to need to talk about it a little bit. I need to talk about it a little bit. Put it that way. Right, honey? I mean, right, sissy?
Mm-hmm.
Because of what's happened here with a family member. I have never seen my husband cry until that day.
Right,
cried.
Rita, that's true. Did you know Bill cried when my dad died?
Really? Wow.
I know. First time I've ever seen him cry.
Yeah, I mean, I never seen mine cry. It was shocking. Well, not shocking in a bad way. It just surprised me.
Yeah, right.
I would have, because you usually don't. Nikolai's, I don't know what to say. He's loving and caring, and he holds my hand, hugs me. He does all these things that he feels he needs to do for me, but he never shows much emotion about anybody else. It's all his emotion is with me. And I often wonder if it's why, but maybe it's just I'm learning a lot of things about Greenlandic people that I didn't know. Did you know that Greenlanders like to be quiet and calm and not in your face? They don't like starting fights. If someone starts a fight with them, they would rather walk away than stand up for themselves. This is part of who they are. They're not a warlike people like you might imagine, just because they had their skirmishes with the Norsemen, but mostly it was Norse initiated because Norsemen just were that way. But they one of the videos where some news people were talking to some of the Greenlanders, she made a comment. She says, people think because we're quiet and laid back and calm that we don't, and that they just assume because we're that way, we don't stand up for ourselves. But she says, all of you who think that, you are wrong. When we need to stand up for ourselves, we will stand up for ourselves, but we're not going to be loud and obnoxious while we're doing it. And, that's something that I'm slowly over time have learned this from people. That's why you see a lot of Greenlanders when, like, the tourists have made multiple comments about how friendly they are and how they smile all of the time and how they're so accommodating and kind and friendly. That that's how it felt. Like the first 3 years of living here, I felt like a movie star. I'm not kidding you. They would walk up, "Are you enjoying living here? How are you doing? Do you need any help with anything?" You know, those that could speak English. And if they don't see me for weeks because Kathy's being a hermit, and I go into the store and someone runs into me, they're like, "Did you go to the United States or something? We ain't seen." No. Well, where you been? We've been missing you. The fact that they say they miss me, that says something about them. And then about 4 months ago, 2 or 3 of them informed me that I'm considered a Greenlander because I've been living here for 13 years, because they were asking how long I have been living here. And I've also told some of them that it was my 13th anniversary of living here. And they're like, "You are a Greenlander." I'm like, "I can't be a Greenlander. I wasn't born here." No, you've lived here long enough to earn that title. So, you know, that's how they are. They're just a loving group of people.
Yeah, but you know, it comes with the Inuit culture. They're very stoic, but they have deep feelings. Very, very kind and very family, tribe, village oriented. You
They're
know,
definitely very
awesome.
tribes oriented for sure.
Awesome.
And that hasn't stopped in 5,000 years. Think of this. They've passed this on for 5,000 years, this type of attitude and beliefs. And they've also passed the beliefs that they must be in symbiotic relation with nature, because if they destroy nature, nature will turn around and destroy them, because, you know, you can go hungry. There's many things that can happen when you destroy nature that will affect your way of life. These glasses are driving me crazy.
So for those, well, for those who aren't Katy, I spent 4 years in Alaska from age 10 to 14, and my best friend was Judith Tobuck. She was a native Alaskan, and I learned an awful lot about their culture from her. And the Greenlanders are, the native Greenlanders are very, very, very similar. So
yeah. In fact, since you brought that up, my boss and her husband, you know, I've told Sissy about this. Her husband is a diplomat, and so he traded places with the ambassador of the United States who came over here to be in Nuuk, and he traded to go to Washington, D.C. So they've been there for the last 4 years, and he's about to come home because, you know, the current administration is here now, so they can't work anymore. But they in the last 3 months, they've been doing a lot of seeing more of the United States before they come home. They went to Alaska, and they went specifically where the Inuits are, because they want to they reached out so that they can start communication and dialogue between that Inuit tribe to here, because they want to start this huge dialogue with all the Inuits where they can share different stories and share, you know, the language is amazing because they all speak Inuit, but their dialects are different based on where they live. Here in Greenland itself, the dialect is different on the Northwest versus down here. And if you go to the East Coast, it's even more different. In fact, they use Greenlandic words sometimes and I've heard their Greenlandic, and it sounds totally different. It's like us Southern people going up north to the most, like, I would say Brooklyn or Manhattan or Boston. And hearing the way they sound, because there's that accent, that dialect in the way they talk and the words is so different. And so what they're trying to do is start this dialogue between them so that they all can share each other's Inuit language to try to mesh it so that they can understand each other better, number one. Number two, that they can share these dialects so people can see the understanding of how a Greenlander can go to Alaska and almost speak the Alaskan Inuit language, but not quite. So it's really an interesting thing that they've been telling me about. It's so cool. Hey, Stephanie. I was in Anchorage, Alaska back in 1985 for 18 days, installed computers for the Cleft radio station, and also in the home of one of the radio people. I had a pair of authentic mukluks made for me. Is those boots?
Yes.
Thought so, because we call them kemiks here. Can y'all see the eclipse where you are? Are you seeing it now, Stephanie? I think I still have cloudy skies because we've been snowing all night. Hey, you might want to go outside, Myra, and see if you can see it.
Rita, you know who is? You know who Judith is?
What?
Oh my good gosh, Rita, we're going to have to get together after, because if you know who Judith is, I lost touch with her when I came stateside, and I don't even know if she'd remember me, but I have precious memories of her. She made such an impression on my life.
Isn't that a small world when you find out someone you never met
And I
until
looked for
tonight?
her on Facebook, but
Can y'all see the eclipse? Heard of her when I met the chief when I was there. That is interesting.
oh my good gosh. Well, it is a very unique name, Tobuck, Judith. Yeah. Hey, Stephanie, I'm glad you can see it. That's way cool.
Is it cloudy where you're at, Myra?
I don't know. I haven't been out.
Well, all of North Americans can see this eclipse. The only reason I can't see it is because we have cloud cover. So it's out for us. And I was hoping, because it's supposed to take on a blood moon color.
Mm. Well, last night the moon was so full and beautiful.
Yeah. I remember seeing a total lunar eclipse in Florida back in let me think. I think Thomas was in my belly, or either Kristen was, one of them. And we sat out all night, and it was the most coolest thing I'd ever seen. And back then I didn't have a fancy camera where I could take any pictures. I think this is the only block I did not mess up. I think. We'll see in a minute. It's going to be unique. Just other fear. All right. Let me see that picture in the book. I still did it wrong. We're just having all kinds of trouble with this one. Okay, so this one's wrong too, but I don't care. Look.
Oh, it's pretty, babe.
Thank you.
Stephanie, where are you in Florida?
The moon is still white here in Florida, says Stephanie. All right, so I finished all of these, and every one of them are not what they're supposed to be, but I'm going to leave them alone. I don't know how that's going to affect the way the block looks in the pattern, though.
Rita, I can imagine I'd have been scared too. Stephanie, where are you from in Florida?
But I might get... You know what? I'm going to take this one apart because I feel like the outer edge needs to at least match the other three. Otherwise, it's going to look weird. Beachside near Melbourne, she said. Wow, I haven't been to Melbourne in, golly, I don't even know what that place looks like anymore. Because we didn't
The
go to Melbourne.
Atlantic, not my favorite, but Melbourne's neat. I like Melbourne. I'm a Gulf of Mexico girl myself.
I noticed you said Gulf of Mexico.
Well, duh. Let's not go there.
We're not.
I love you.
I love you too. Ooh.
Steph, right now I am in Panama City, Florida, in the Pacific, Lord help me, in the Panhandle. But I live in Central Florida at exit 301 on I-75.
Someone told me there was a couple of the shops that was on the Florida Hop Shop last year that closed this year. Have you heard that?
Yeah, actually I have.
Do you have any idea what happened?
I think it's getting harder and harder for mom pops if they don't have a big online presence.
Mhm.
One of them that closed was one that I went to a featherweight sewing day with them, and she closed down. She was very small, and I don't think she had a very big online presence. And so she closed shop, and they're not doing the featherweight sew day anymore. So when I no longer am doing a month up here and a month down there, I think I'm going to try to get a featherweight sew day going at my local library, because people would drive to her quilt shop to go. So they might drive, they might drive. I don't know.
You don't want to do it at your house?
No.
I was just curious. Which shop was it?
Well, it was the one that was in Lutz.
Oh, the one that's like way out in the middle of Timbuktu.
No. It was in Wesley Chapel, Lutz, in between Wesley Chapel and Lutz.
Oh, okay.
No, it wasn't the one in the middle of Timbuktu.
Let me see here. I need to see what's going
Yes,
on.
Stephanie, I heard a lot. Some of them are retiring.
Ah, I see what I did wrong. I put this on the wrong side. That's what I did wrong. I know there's probably going to be more difficulties with tariffs driving things up. I talked to Kim the other day of Cotton Cuts, and I asked her that if tariffs were going to cause issues with, because I've been doing PMQs with her since 2019, and I'm also her ambassador for the Modern Maker Box. And I didn't know if any of this was going to reflect on us, along with the fact that, the price of fabric's going to go up. And I'm worried because this is my hobby. And if it gets so expensive, I can't, buy things to ship here for me. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
What's PMQ?
Puzzle Mystery Quilt.
Thank you.
It's fun.
Yeah, okay. I just think I have a fear of actually doing it.
Oh, have you seen information about it before? I have a suggestion if you want to hear it.
Well, you can go for it.
Okay. In fact, I'll share the screen once I find it. There is inside, just so you can try it out and it not sign you up for anything. She has a little program where you can buy a sampler to test out whether you would like the puzzle mystery or not. I can't. You should show the price of it.
Oh, but you won't know what it's supposed to look like. Oh no, not no, but hey, no. You know what I mean by hey, no.
Yeah, puzzle mystery. You will not know what it's going to look like until the end.
No. With my OCO, Are you kidding me? Okay, you guys, I don't have OCD because it's not a disorder in my life. I have OCO. It's an opportunity to get things right.
Yeah, well,
I am not going into anything blind. I love you, but that ain't happening. I don't even like to do puzzles on the table.
okay, so there's no point in showing you a finished top then.
No point. I love you, baby.
Okay. Anyway, never mind. All right, I got that off. Now let me look at that picture again. I want to make sure I put the right one where it belongs. That was why it looks
Sis,
weird. Yeah,
it's 1 o'clock.
you ready to get off?
I think I'm going to bed.
Okay, sweetie.
I love you.
I love you too. And
Everybody,
thank
thank you for bearing with me when I learned how to do this so that next weekend when I do it with regular clothes on and maybe a little bit of makeup and my hair down, I'll have some clue what I'm doing. So thank you for y'all bearing with me. I appreciate each and every one of you. And good night and sweet dreams.
Thank you, Sissy. I'm going to probably shut down the live too. Anyway, thank you everyone for coming.
Well, don't do it because of me. I love you.
Well, I
I'll talk
know.
to you later.
All right. Love you. See you
Bye.
later. Bye. Okay. Let's see. How long have I been on live tonight? Let me see how long I've been on, you guys. Myra, I have severe OCD and OCO. Doing a mystic quilt was a hard decision, but I am doing one now because I like the block so far. No cost period for anything. Free. Hey, Terry Ybarra. What free mystery quilt are you talking about? I've been on for 4 hours. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's time to stop. Sorry, you guys. Anyway, thank you for coming to this not so planned live. I called it an impromptu. And I'm probably going to do this on occasion while Nikolai's gone because I have trouble sleeping. And when I'm like that and I'm in the mood to sew, why not do it with other people? You know, you never know. This might start up a little trend of once a week doing this where if people are still not sleeping, they can come over and hang out with me. I don't profess to have anything fantastic to share with you, but you can sew with me. I love you guys and thank you for joining the live tonight. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with all that? You make something beautiful. Thank you and have a good night. See you tomorrow afternoon on the next live. Good night.